level. Yeah, I know you heard about it.
Motherfucker.
You know I'm bout it, and don't you ever doubt it. I'm incomparable, that's why they staring though. Turn up the stereo, check it out, check it out, check it out. I'm hot just like a sauna, New York to California. Too hot, too hot. You ain't seen nothing like this, nobody do it like this. I'm on that next level, next level, on the next level. They all tryna catch up to my next level, next level, on the next level. Check it out, check it out, check it out. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la.
Motherfucker.
You like that old school, back in the music, that shit is old news. I'm popping through the ceiling, that's my motto, that's my motto. I lead, they follow. I'm hot just like a sauna, New York to California. Too hot, too hot. You ain't seen nothing like this, nobody do it like this.
Motherfucker.
I'm on that next level, next level, on the next level. They all tryna catch up to my next level, next level, on the next level. Check it out, check it out, check it out.
gone blind. I could not see, thoughtless, not free. Doctors on the scene with poisonous fists, they call it the vaccine. And if you ain't asleep, you know exactly what I mean. If my mama really knew, she would breach the roof. I just hope she knows the baby only seeks the truth. I learned not to trust the system of the institute, and I feel I need to get that knowledge into you. Mama raised a truth seeker, every day making way, exposing the deceivers, trying to wake up all the sleepers. Listen for a minute and I'll make you a believer. Mama raised a truth seeker, every day making way, exposing the deceivers, trying to wake up all the sleepers. Listen for a minute and I'll make you a believer. In school I was taught lessons, a young truther asking questions, while all these other motherfuckers guessing. Elementary just wasn't meant for me. Y'all keep your fake history, the shit is not a mystery. That it's all lies, and if all lies would open wide and see in 2020 vision be nowhere to hide. It's so clear as a clear blue sky that we never see anymore, just trails pass by. And remember the conspiracy theorist said it's a lie. They're spraying chemicals in the air, but you still deny. So how can I get you to see anything if you're blind? Like the moon landing's fake, NASA lies all the time, and government officials are just the elite puppets. I'ma probably get murdered for saying all the shit, fuck it. Tired of this world anyway, getting bleated by the day. Sheep will keep sleeping, truth seeker, I'm away. Mama raised a truth seeker, every day making way, exposing the deceivers, trying to wake up all the sleepers. Listen for a minute and I'll make you a believer. Mama raised a truth seeker, every day making way, exposing the deceivers, trying to wake up all the sleepers. Listen for a minute and I'll make you a believer. I was cutting classes, fucking blasting, straight mapping, looking at the globe laughing. Yo, we see way too I was cutting classes, fucking blasting, straight mapping, looking at the globe laughing. Yo, all of NASA's pictures of Earth are fake. They're all fake. Yeah, I was cutting classes, fucking blasting, straight mapping, looking at the globe laughing. We can't get to the moon today, never mind 60 years ago. Every day making way, exposing the deceivers, trying to wake up all the sleepers. Listen for a minute and I'll make you a believer. Mama raised a truth seeker, every day making way, exposing the deceivers, trying to wake up all the sleepers.
All right, guys. Don't think I got added in yet. Okay, there I am. I'm having glitches as usual. I got Shapu with me here tonight, my trusty co-host, my other brother from another mother. What's up, Shapu?
Not much. Happy to be here again.
Yes. We've been busting out shows left and right.
Yes.
All right, so we got CFM decided to join us tonight, which is awesome. Actually, it was Rose and him got together and they were chit-chatting and decided that it would be a good idea if he came on with us, and I agreed, so here he is. My other brother from another mother.
That's getting a long sentence now, yeah.
Yeah, and of course, my sister from another mister, Rose. 777 is in the house. What's up, Rose?
What's up, Jen? Finally.
Antarctica.
I'm dressed like I'm in Antarctica. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Well, I'm a cold old Jewish lady tonight.
You're cool.
Coming to be enlightened.
Those are weird looking penguins behind you.
It's a cat.
I know.
It's a cat penguin. It's good to have you here, Rose. It's been long overdue. We used to do shows together back in the day, and you know, of course, we had the Bitches Brew thing going back in the day too. Mm-hmm. Which I heard that you guys are reviving that. Did you just do one recently?
Yeah, well, see, I don't want to do it every single time. So I was there for the first time. And so I think there's going to be a rotation of all different women researchers. And so while I was there, I was obviously thinking about you and how I was wishing you were there. And, you know, I'm glad I'm here now and that we could be, this is our own Bitches Brew tonight with our other brother from another mother. And then Shapu, my new cousin from afar. And it's like I'm just so happy to be here because I feel like for the past, I was telling you this earlier, for the past 2 years, because of the whole hoax that happened, that I felt really pressured to learn a bunch of stuff in order to help people. And I was laughing with you because it was a lot of stuff you already went down that road like years ago. So when I was talking to Ceiling Fan Man the other night, I was like, it's almost like Jen was put into like a spiritual position where at that moment, when everyone was like, oh my God, certain things aren't as described that everyone's talking about, like the whole world's falling apart. But then she went off and has been doing such hardcore researcher. Like, I don't know anyone else that like does so much boots on the ground and actually like looking at pictures after pictures of pictures and coming up with theories. And I've missed out so much. And it would take me forever to catch up. So I'm here tonight to try and get a crash course on what I've missed.
Absolutely.
And as Ceiling Fan Man knows, this whole time that we've been apart, I've been really like working hard on having a spiritual awakening. And I think that the main thing about what we're going to talk about tonight is that for all of us, we've realized that we're living in a spiritual realm, that we've been lied to about absolutely everything. And that if what we know is that is, if we're in a realm that is not what we were described as we as kids, it's freaking magical. So how could anyone criticize anybody's views when we all agree that we're in a magical place where anything could be possible? And I know all these different kinds of theories of models. And what I like about Meltology is it's kind of a reverse engineering. Instead of you thinking about what you want to be correct and then looking for the evidence, it's almost like, holy crap, there's evidence everywhere in our faces. And now we're going to use what we're looking at. We're going to try and study it and come up with an explanation for what we know is reality. And that's what I'm all about, is reality. And also, you got to be freaking crazy not to just want to hang out with your friends and look at these magnificent, mysterious pictures that
Rose, a lot of people say all we do is just sit around and look at pictures, and that's not proof. And but we've gone to different locations. I just visited Ceiling Fan Man and Jeannie. Had a great time, and we went to Ape Cave, which is a supposed lava tube, and we took video, and there's brick everywhere in there. I mean, even if you are a denier, you cannot miss all the red brick in there.
There's some red ones.
Right. Well, like there's been something like a little joke ongoing with Crow where he says this this riddle. You go to a hut in the middle of the desert like 300 miles away from any civilization, and in that hut there's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Well, logically, we know that if the peanut butter and jelly sandwich is there, a human being made it and put it there. But then the question is, was it a man or a woman? When was it? Or like,
where'd they get the peanut butter and jelly from?
Yeah.
How long did it take them to make it? It's all these questions. Yeah.
Who was the manufacturer? Was it organic?
Did they use Jif or Jiffy? Right.
Right.
I'm a Skippy girl, so it better be Skippy or I'm not eating it.
Oh, no.
But what I say to these people who say, well, you just sit around and look at pictures all day. That's not proof. That's not studying. But yet flat earthers demand a full-on photograph of the earth from space to convince them that we're on a ball. You see what I'm saying? And clearly they're never going to give you that because they can't, because it's all photoshopped and composite images, right? Well, but when I show photos of melted brick and melted mountains and buildings and stuff, that's not good enough for people.
Well, that's where discernment comes in. We have a God-given gift to look at each unique situation, and some pictures might, in fact, especially with all that AI technology. I was practicing with one of those apps, and I can't believe that I'm an artist now. It's crazy. So we might look at some ruins, and also there are ruins like fake ruins that Hollywood would create, and then people are dumb enough to believe that those are real, when they're looking at the movies. Like in Hollywood, you know what I mean? So everyone has to just look at each individual situation. Like there's in your opening, that one that's obviously bricks where there's those little crosses, you know what I'm saying? Like where it goes like that in a line across. Like, where is that? I want to see that zoomed out, and I want to like see a drone like go around that place. that's the only problem with pictures is sometimes you see things zoomed in and you just want to know more. So
Yeah.
that's where I like how it's like you have to categorize and document like where these locations are. And what I'm really curious to do is look at the locations of these places and like the latitude, longitude, and how far away they are from different other mountains. Or what word are we supposed to use to describe a geological formation? I mean, what do you call a geological formation if geology itself is a hoax?
Well, I don't say sedimentary layers. Sedimentary layers don't exist as far as I'm concerned. They're all melted brick layers that have squished down upon themselves from the weight of the building melting down on itself. A lot of the geological terms that they use are just made up terms to explain what these things are. Like even the word mountain, word mountain has no standardized geological meaning. If you look it up, you'll see it says that. Let me find it here on my my little thing here.
Yeah, I've seen you bring up the definition and that, there's basically no differentiation between a hill or a mountain. There's no line to cross or
they're descriptives. It's a descriptive of something.
According to Encyclopedia Britannica, mountains generally are understood to be larger than hills, but the term has no standardized geological meaning.
Right. So when we see that there have been proven places that people thought were mountains that now even the mainstream admits were man-made pyramids that were grown over, then is it still a mountain? Like, so what do you want to call it then? Then it's like every time you want to reference that place, you have to say the man-made structure from before this year or that year.
Right. Well, you have to give up a lot of things when you give up the globe model, and geology is actually one of them. The tectonic plates and volcanism and all this stuff doesn't work on the flat earth plane model. These things are something else. Something else took place. And if they're going to lie to you about where you live, well, they're definitely going to lie to you about everything that encompasses you in where you live. And that's what we're coming to find out, even with the whole volcano situation. We've shown on many of our shows the volcano concoction that they've had since the 1700s, and we'll get into that in a little while. But it's a pretty simple concoction, and it has the same chemical reaction as what we call today is volcanoes. And if these things were some kind of towers that were dotted around the plane, either cooling towers to some kind of power plants themselves in the old world that have melted down and they're trying to cover that up, they could very easily put this concoction within one of these cone looking things, or say like Vesuvius looks like kind of like a cone looking thing like Tower of Babel. Drop that in there, and 8 to 12 hours, you're going to have fire and all kinds of shit flying out of it. It looks just like what we call a volcano today. Just like they can make and control hurricanes and tornadoes. Ceiling Fan has shown the patents for that. They have the concoction for making volcanoes as well. So these things are man-made, and I think they're man-made to cover up something else that was already there. And to continue on the global processes of volcanism, the molten core, the whole model itself, all these narratives are based off of that. So if you understand that the earth is flat, but you're still buying into the geological narrative, well, you really have to take a step back and start to take a deeper look into what it is that you're still buying into, because it's tied to that globe model. And you've already let go of the globe. So these other things have to be explained. And I think Meltology comes in at a perfect time to explain these things, because we are meant to know what they are. That's been hidden from us. Not only has God's creation been hidden from us with the globe model, but God's judgment has been hidden from us, which is this X Factor event, this reset event, or God's judgment is what I like to call it. Something taking place and pretty much maybe wiping out 80 to 90% of the realm, leaving pockets of survival around. And it's not just some little pocket of survival up in a mountain. I'm talking about a lot of these glorious buildings that we still see and use today have survived in certain locations in many of these cities. But a lot of the other things around us have all melted down and melted away. But you can still make out the brick lines, which they call sedimentary layers. We're going to get into all of this. We're going to take you through it just as if you're entering class for the first time.
That's now, what I want.
Yeah.
Jen? So one of the things, though, is when you read the different passages, because there's multiple times there's been God's judgment, not just like the Great Reset or whatever.
Right.
He talks about this city that was destroyed and that one's destroyed and things like that. And so if you think about it, if the buildings were man-made, but all the rest of the stuff is, God, it's, the plants and the trees and all that. If he melts down the buildings, well, then he's going to want to cover it up with his stuff. And so now you have a structure that's been melted down of now like sedimentary looking rock layers, but it has tunnels and caves and doorways and stuff in it. And then it gets covered with grass and trees and foliage. And next thing you know, we call it a mountain and we drive by, get to our, water park. That's the way I see it.
Exactly. Yes, that's exactly what takes place.
I've got a pile of dirt I dug out, and it was a big mound. I've shown it on my opening. My dog likes to sit on it. It was all just dirt, and it stayed there. Well, within a year, it filled with grass and plants and all kinds of stuff, and you couldn't even tell that it was just dirt that I'd piled up there. And that was only in a year.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of things that I wanted to share before we get into it, so you know where your student is coming from, like the lens that I'm approaching this.
Yes.
Is from I'm kind of coming at this from two different ways, because if I'm going to disregard academia, obviously I'm not going to study geology before coming here today because I'm not accepting it. So these are the two ideas that I already have been introduced to that are not related to the millennial reign of Christ, that I'm hoping that will still fit in so I could try to make sense of it. So number one, the idea of Atlantis. Atlantis was going to sink. There were certain people that knew it was going to sink. It was because they did the wrong thing with some kind of crystal. And then they went out to preserve their civilization in a couple places like South America. I probably get this wrong, but we'll just say Egypt and Ireland, because that's where we see a lot of this stuff. So there's that idea. And I'm trying to figure out if the sinking of Atlantis is the X Factor event, or it's something that occurred before the X Factor event that we're talking about in Meltology, or we can throw away Atlantis altogether and say maybe that is just a story that isn't true. What about the idea of the galvanic cell theory, where the sun is an anode, the moon is a cathode, or the other way around, and the moon is feeding the sun, giving life to us all, and then there's an electrolysis process creating a sludge that eventually is going to be too much for the firmament to take going through. So that's where people could say, oh, wow, that's like a mud flood event. But now in the galvanic theory, the idea of meltology brings forth the idea of the heat coming from the bottom. So we have a cooling of the sludge and the heating from the bottom. It just sounds like an explanation. We can't prove it, but this is how I'm able to approach this topic with an open mind. And it doesn't sound crazy to me at all, because I'm trying to figure out what's really going on here. And if I separate myself from people like you who are actually thinking about these things and caring about things, how are we ever going to make any progress?
Exactly.
So that's my spiel. I'm done.
Just
Teacher,
just like you said.
We supposed to raise our hands here, or what do we do?
Well, let you go, and then you can go CFM.
Talk about Atlantis and the other stuff. All of this, there's no tangible proof of all of this. It's all stories and stuff. But what we do here, we can have tangible proof of this. That things that happen. But what happened, we don't really know for sure.
We can see the evidence for the melt everywhere. It's all around us. So that, of course, begs the question, what happened? what part? I mean, they tell us, well, there was an advanced civilization here, but, we don't know what happened to it. It disappeared or whatever like that. It was not too long ago, it seems, that this last X Factor had happened, or God's judgment. I do think it has a cyclical nature to it to a certain extent. So I used to think that there was maybe one reset, one X Factor event, one God's judgment, but it seems to have happened a few times over. These are some things that we'll never be able to fully explain out. But what we can show is the proof that something did happen, and it did involve extreme heat, and it melted things.
And you're saying it's coming from the bottom up.
Yes.
That's amazing. I think a
Not
lot of people
only
have
the
no
bottom up,
idea that that's what you're saying.
but some of the melt looks like it's coming from the top down and the bottom up, where they leave. There's a pocket of survival within the middle. Like there could even be some type of. Now I told you to think about the motherboard that's frying. There's while the motherboard's frying from the bottom up, it'll have little arcing events that take place on it, and the components could melt down from the top down and the bottom up, and it'll leave a pocket of survival in the center. We're going to show you some melted buildings that have that heat level damage within it. Ceiling fan, you were about to say something. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. I was going to say, as far as going back to the Atlantis thing, I don't believe Atlantis was the entire world. I do believe maybe that there was something to that story, because I did a show that had Tommy, that flat fellow, and he's done a lot of research on Atlantis. There's a place in Africa you can look at it too. I think it's called the Desert Eye or something. We've shown it before.
We did a show on that.
Yeah, and it matches up to the descriptions of Atlantis. So there could be something to that whole idea. But I do believe that this event that happened, well, we'll never know if it was one or multiple, because like I said, God talks about multiple cities, but he doesn't say when that happened. You know what I mean? They could have all gone at once, or he could have done this one then and this one then, because he did Sodom and Gomorrah separate. He did some of the other ones. So we don't know the timeline. But yeah, if it is an electrical system, because that's what science tells us that, right? We're electrons and protons and all that shit going around. And so if it is electrical, then yeah, if it can come as above, so below, if the electricity is going through us, then it's melting it in a flash, because we don't know what the actual definition of fervent heat is. No one does except God. And so for us to try to figure out, it's like the bunch of people at the end of Job trying to figure out, how God works. Us trying to figure out how this melted so fast and then solidified so fast. We can come up with a bunch of theories. I mean, there's water above us and below us, so maybe that had something to do with cooling it. I don't know. But all I can tell you is through the evidence that we present on all these different shows, I mean, it seems you have to turn your eye away from it to not see it. Whatever it is.
I think this would be a good time for you to bring up the biblical pictures that you have that show that it looks like some type of electrical event as well, because instead of fire and brimstone that you would expect to see in these depictions, especially with the Tower of Babel and all that, you're seeing more of what looks like an electrical event. And I find that to be very interesting. So we're going to let you get into a screen share here.
I want to say to Rose too, because she asked about the geology. Geology is not totally false, but it is all based on the globe model. So that is where they have false, because they do some testing and some stuff that is applicable to the same effect that we find in Meltology, and it does the same thing in geology. But geology believes that magma flows created everything in plate tectonics.
So like on the macro scale, we're calling poppycock on the general foundation of geology, but there are still methods and tools that geologists use to derive truth from the micro, like studying a rock. They don't know how old it is, though.
We're going to show you some micro stuff.
Yeah, their basis is all about the first geology book that came out in the university. All the other geologists needs to follow this book.
And that guy, I forget the guy's name, but he came up with the millions of years theory, where now everybody used that. Oh, it took millions of years to form. Oh, the mountains, they took hundreds of millions of years to form, and they're still growing 2 inches a year or something like that. These are all theoretical. They're not written in stone, you might say, or anything like that.
Yeah. There was one other thing I was thinking about, which is the dripping in a cave of stalagmites. Oh, wait, we're going to look at the we're
going to get to that stuff, though, Rose, what you're mentioning right there, because we talk about stalactites and all this stuff.
Yes,
I wanted to show this, too, because this shows you the Temple of Solomon here. But you see, the city just goes on forever, all the way back up into here.
But what does that mean? Like, why does that matter? Because was Temple of Solomon supposed to be by itself? Why does it matter that the city extended CFM?
No, I'm trying to show the massive size of these buildings constructions. Because here's a tree.
Yeah.
So like a human would be like maybe here. There was a
Right.
story in the Bible that took Jonah like I think a week to get through one of these cities. And so when they're melted down, it's going to look, again, circuit board's kind of interesting looking. But that
Why did I think that the Bible said that the original Temple of Solomon was like somewhere in the wilderness, like not even that big of a not that big of a structure, and that's why they're so obsessed with rebuilding it? Where did I hear that from?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so I just whatever. Sorry.
These are the ones, Jen, you were talking about. Like this looks like a volcano kind of looking thing with lightning coming out. This is the opening of the
Yes, guys, I just got kicked out of the stream. I had to come back in. I apologize. Can you hear me?
No worries. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, this is the one that I was talking about here, where you can see it looks like an electrical event depicted in the Bible.
Because of the lightning strike, the lightning and the like. What about this? What about this is electrical to you, other than the lightning? Is there anything about the formations?
Yes, the bricks and everything here has some crystalline material inside of everything.
I'm sorry, guys. I have a little lag. I'm just trying to catch up here on my end. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead, Jen.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, no. So we were talking about this electrical discharge event that seems to be part of this X Factor event. The tower itself here, which would be the Tower of Babel, it looks very volcano looking. It has the smoke coming out the top of it, but it's actually a tower. It's not a volcano. And I find it interesting that these old depictions out of the Bible, these older Bibles, show it looking like more like an electrical event rather than fire and brimstone.
Yeah. Oh, now I see what you mean. When you zoom in, I couldn't see how defined the bricks were. You really got to zoom in and see right there that, yeah.
And
I think interesting too, every time they talk about it, these pictures of Revelation, the moon always looks like this.
Yeah, it's always a crescent moon. That it seems like the X Factor, God's judgment happens on a crescent moon in a lot of these depictions.
So they make you worry about a full moon. You should watch out for the crescent moon.
Right?
Or what if it's an eclipse, like a halfway eclipse starting?
Yeah, there could have been that too. Now this one's a really cool one because this has a what are those things called? I never remember.
It's a ziggurat. And the Tower of Babel, which to me is a clear depiction that there are more than one of these towers. They tell us Tower of Babel was the largest, but we've seen these towers dotted across the plain, and there seems to have been many of them. We call them volcanoes now.
That thing in the corner that's going diagonal and it's dark, is that supposed to be like a previous Tower of Babel? And then the one that's more defined with the windows would be a more recent Tower of Babel?
It's hard to say. That almost could be, because if you look at it, almost like the clouds and stuff, maybe this is the judgment of whatever's coming out of the clouds, because it looks like it's coming down.
Now this judgment.
And then there's lightning coming out of it, striking the cigarette.
Okay.
Cigarette.
Is it?
Did I say it wrong?
You said cigarette.
That's what I hear, but yeah. See, here's more of the cloud stuff and then lightning coming out of it.
Now, now painters can only do so much to describe what happened. In reality, when you're thinking about this event, is that how you envision it, where it's like smoke coming down and like reaching everything with the lightning bolts? Like and also like what would it look like what's coming? Because you're saying that there's going to be another X Factor event. Is it going to be identical to the previous one, or is it going to be like more of a reaction to what the Earth is doing right now in this cycle?
Okay, I'm going to throw something at you. So the people that survived this most likely weren't human, okay? Because, whatever was going on in God's judgment, there were pockets of survival. But those people, I believe, are our great ancestors that they took on orphan trains and scattered us around. And what do they call it? The odd men?
The
That's
Odd
the one
Fellows,
Ray
yes.
Odd Fellows. Yeah, Ray and Singe did a great show on that. And they're the ones that kind of like they're Freemasons, and they took us all around and dropped us all off all over the place. So I can't tell you what was the last one like. I just go by the pictures and the description in the Bible. What's the next one going to be like? Impossible to know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think when
definitely
this
think
is
we're
happening, it's already too late. You better get right with God.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's another reason why this whole topic is freaking frightening. Because if it's true, then it means that all of everything that we're doing really matters.
It does.
Nobody wants to take
Exactly.
responsibility.
See this statue, and they're all praying, to this, non-moving whatever deity. Meanwhile, real judgment's coming down on them.
Right.
And their idols do nothing for them.
I want to get into the real pictures of real stuff and start looking at melted bricks.
Yeah, we're gonna go there.
Okay, there's this one. Like, we got that one. Opening the sixth seal. I think that's all of those.
She's been kicked
with the
out.
lightning. But how about this?
No.
This is in the Apocryphas. That's the other parts of the Bible. And then right here, it's talking about Esdras. In the 30th year after the ruin of the city, I was in Babylon, lay troubled upon my bed. So there's multiple descriptions in the Bible of destruction. And he said unto me, if I should ask thee how great the dwellings are in the midst of the sea, and how many springs are in there? Because there's also a part in Job where he says that, dead things come from under the sea. So they've told us our whole lives that we don't even know what's in the ocean. So I believe there's all kinds of things. When you look at the actual, I think that's all my pictures. When you look at the actual pictures of, or when you look at what they talk to you about the, when you look at the actual pictures. Sorry, my screen got.
No, I'm sorry. If that was an echo, it was me. I got kicked out of the stream again.
We just lost Shampoo.
This is crazy right now. I don't know what's going on. This is what happens when you touch on the truth, guys. I always have issues.
And I came back and Johnny Cole said, buckle your seatbelts and keep your arms inside the car. That's basically it, Rose. That's the way I see it.
Yep.
We don't know what's coming. But yeah.
All right. So, okay, okay, should we start with Vesuvius or do you have a plan?
Okay, hold on. I do have a plan. I got to get Shapu in here because Shapu keeps dropping out for some reason. I don't know what happened here.
No, I'm here. You can't see me?
Shapu, are you back? Are you there?
Yeah,
I can see you.
Shapu's here. We could see Shapu.
I see you.
Okay, so I have a black screen right now. My picture and Shapu's picture is black on my end right now.
He looks normal to me. He doesn't look frozen. I see his eyes moving. You're missing out, Jen.
All right.
He looks handsome as ever.
Yeah.
Shapu, I sent you a cluster of pictures on Facebook. Now, I just tried to open my Facebook and I got kicked off my own screen. I know you can't zoom in on these things, but if you could scroll back up through our messages, or I'll just resend you this whole cluster of pictures here. And we'll take a look at these first, and then we'll get into the stuff that you have lined up in your folder. And I was even thinking about taking Rose to Petra. Now, Rose, you've looked at Petra before. It's in Jordan, right? You know where Petra is?
Yeah, it's one of the ones I told you that I thought, like, out of all the melted stuff, that's the one that I think looks like it's just carved out of a mountain. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm ready
that's
for your
actually
Petra.
the best evidence for melted.
That's hilarious. Okay, I can't wait.
Yeah, we're going to definitely look at Petra because I think that's a great place to take beginners, especially I think the way I explain it and help you see what you're looking at in a new light, so to speak. But we're going to bring up these pictures real quick. These are some of my really obvious, good go-to pictures that I like to share, especially with people who are new to this topic, to help you better understand what we're looking at. Because to understand the truth, you have to first understand the lie. And that went with flat earth, and that goes for this topic as well. We have to understand how we've been lied to on this topic and why it's been hidden from us in order for us to get to the truth of the matter. Okay, so this first picture we have up is a sewer system. an old sewer system in London. And this looks almost identical to Ape Cave that we went through, that is supposedly a lava tube, which is very reminiscent also of a train tunnel as well. So I wanted to give you this first glance at what these bricked up sewer systems look like from the old world that have survived. The ones that are melted down more, they call them slate mines now. If you ever look at the slate mines, I can't show the videos here because people give me copyright strikes for them. But if you look at the slate mines, I don't know what they're mining. It's all bricked up in there. It's just nothing but melted brick that's turned into slate. And it's just walls and walls and walls of slate, which are made just like these brick walls here.
The brick walls here don't look melted to me right here, but that is
no, that one isn't melted. I just wanted to give you an idea of an intact sewer system and what it looks like from the old world. A frame of reference. But we're going to go to the next picture. Okay, clearly this is the side view of the interior of a melted building. Most of the building has melted away. You can see pockets of survival throughout it, which would be the windows and the doors and stuff like that. Are you able to see the melt here? Can you tell?
Well, I'm looking, the part that my first question is that for the pockets of survival, would it all be like around the same height from sea level, or does it go diagonally down? Because, we'll see below
it's anywhere you can see a hole or window still there. That's basically it.
Were those pockets of survival made by whoever survived after the event, or were they just already existing holes that we now see?
I think they were existing and they kind of maybe shaped them a little, but they were already there.
A lot of these pockets of survival, if they're still usable, people will go in and refurbish them and even live in them.
Right.
But the pocket of survival itself, which would be your caves and your tunnels and your caves and your grottos or whatever they call them, cavettes even. But these are pockets of survival of the building melting where it didn't close up all the way on itself. You can see here that the heat was coming up from the bottom where you see less pockets of survival down here. But as the heat's traveling up, it did melt the building. It looks like part of it had slid away and you're seeing the interior of the building here. This is not, I don't think, the exterior. I think you're seeing like as if the building was cut in half. You know, half of it has melted down and slid away, and you're seeing the interior part of it. The heat gets taken away, it solidifies mid-melt, and you're left with these pockets of survival here.
So if you could show me with your mouse, where in this picture would you say that the melt begins or ends, if at all? Or is that entire bottom of the building another building that is an old mountain?
No. This whole thing was the building. It's all melted. It's just that you have some pockets of survival up top through the top part there where I guess the building slid away and you could see the interior parts of the building here.
So the part that looks like what most people would call a very interesting, unexplainable geological formation above where it looks just like normal rocks. You're saying if it hadn't been for the melted event taking away part of the building, then it would just look like those rocks on the outside towards the bottom, right?
Yeah, you might still even see some pockets of survival as well, but here we're seeing a side view of it, like the interior part of it. Like here's rooms and walkways and windows and stuff like that, but nobody's carving up there to carve that out for what? What would you even do that for?
And where is this located? Does it have a name?
This one here is in Turkey.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to go to the next picture.
Yeah, there's no particular pattern that you can, because it's the heat and the huge, what can I say? It's unimaginable the size that these buildings could have been, you know, because they have created all the ground. So when they melted everything on the ground, even the rocks became that you see the rocks now, they were like the building, you know, before.
Yeah, when the building melts down, out, and away from itself, there's a good portion of the building that's completely gone. We call that ground level now. We're walking over it. Now, here on the bottom level, you can see they refurbished it, put some windows and doors in, shored it up a little, and they're still using it. But above the nice architecture here on the bottom, you can see that the rest of the building is melted. Nobody's climbing up there and carving janky windows and doorways. It's just melted. That's it.
So Rose?
Yeah, I'm
Rose?
here. Yeah.
I know. What I was going to ask, when you look at a picture like that, does it look like someone added bricks into the side of a mountain and carved this weird shapes and stuff? Or does it look like that building was there and some incredible heat that we don't understand started melting it almost like candle wax?
CFM, the answer to your question is that it absolutely looks like some shit melted all over the building, but my cognitive bias wants me to freaking explain it in any other way because I'm terrified of God. Go on.
I love that answer. I love that answer. But do you understand?
Great.
You just said something that's written about the Bible. Do you know what knowledge is in the Bible? The knowledge is the fear of God. That's it. And the reason that we have the fear of God is he's the only one that can take us out and do it, And so everything that's happening, God's in charge of. And so he allows things to happen because of our free will. And once we figure that out and you find out that he's right there and he is in charge, then what does he tell us? Fear nothing else. That's it.
Exactly.
I love it. That's the reason a lot of people don't want to look at this.
Okay. And how do we know? Where is this? How do we know this isn't a Hollywood? They made this for a Hollywood movie.
I believe this one's in Turkey as well. This one's in Turkey as well. I don't have all the names to locations. These are pictures that I've had for a long time, but this is definitely a real location. It's in Turkey. I don't have the exact town. This is a pulled back version of the first picture we looked at where you can see more of the structure. You can see how they've gone in and refurbished some of this stuff and probably are still using it because they were originally dwellings to begin with. This was a building. And it is clearly melted down over itself like ice cream or like wax.
Yeah.
What created that heat is up for debate, but it was definitely an extreme heat event over 6,000 degrees, pushing upwards of 10,000 degrees, and it could have happened instantaneously.
Yeah. And if it wasn't for those beautiful, well-made buildings that's all mixed in with the melty looking stuff, you'd be able to say like, oh, well, maybe there was a glacier or a water, or it was like even if you want to go as far to like make shit up like 1,000 years of rain, then you can't explain these buildings. Like what did they just find? Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing with my mouse, but in the very front where it looks like a mouth and two eyes, you see the little hair coming down on the sides, like really messy hair. Yeah, you're doing it. Thank you. You're doing what I'm doing. It's harder to believe. Thank you, Jason just handed me pizza. It's harder to believe that you can that someone came up there to fill in that perfect space with those perfect smooth edges to fit into the hair.
Yes,
if you will.
Right.
Yes, if we could zoom in
with his mouth going. Ooh.
But later on the picture I will show you, we will be able to zoom in and you will see the transition, the brick becoming like the rock. And
yes, we have a lot of really good transition pictures coming up. This is just a cluster of pictures that I was going to present. I thought I would be able to zoom in on them, but I had to send them to Shapu because Facebook and StreamYard do not play well on my computer, and I keep getting kicked off the stream if I try to open it. But we're going to run through these. Let's go to the next one. Okay, here's another part to this same building. You can see here it's starting to warp out of shape through the melt. Even this lower level here, where you can see how it looks like it's bowing out, like whatever little pocket of survival there. Maybe there were windows, but they're on ground level. Nobody's going to kneel down on ground level and carve out these holes. This is an upper level to the building that is already melted down, where the rest of it below it has already melted away. And now say you have 10 floors up that are now down on ground level because the building's melting down on itself. And then the windows get pushed out and they look really weird and janky. You're going to see these same odd, supposed carved structures all through Petra. It's like you can carve a perfect facade of a building, but right next to it, you got janky windows and doors that are all warped out of shape. It's like, how is that happening? You know what I mean? But we'll get to Petra in a little bit. You'll see.
Yeah, I will see.
Yeah, and you have to get out of your head like the erosion, what you know about like erosion, what they tell you, like the Grand Canyon, it was eroded by water, they say. But if you take what they say about it, the water that eroded the canyon, it eroded all the way up, down the same level, all the way down, because it's straight up. But if the theory that they say, it would be nearer in the top and wider at the bottom, because the water would be going down and down over millions of years, still eroding. But that's not what we see. We see like it's straight from up to the bottom. So
because you know what? Belief is the enemy of knowing, right, Rose?
That's right.
That's right. Okay, so why don't we let's have a funeral for my glacier beliefs, because I grew up.
Yes, let's kill the glacier beliefs now.
Jen, do the drop, Jen.
I mean, hold on, but because I have to tell you why is because I love Yosemite and Half Dome. So explain to me how Half Dome wasn't created by a big glacier. What is Half Dome? Is it a building? Half Dome is my favorite.
Where did it go?
Yeah, I'm not sure which place you're talking about, but a lot of places they say that it was eroded by the glaciers. I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
Well, look it up. Look up Half Dome Yosemite later on when we're done with this. We'll look it up.
Motherfucker.
I want you to try. I want you to try this. I don't know if you have snow where you live or ice. But try rubbing ice on a rock and tell me what will happen. Nothing, because the ice will be crushed, because the durability of the ice is zero, and 0 to 1. I guess the only thing that can erode it's the loose sand again. So
that's right. So here we have a picture of etheric energy being pulled out of the atmosphere, used for free energy. The tech that's on top of the cathedrals is the same as the tech that's on the stupas and the pagodas that are dotted all around India, China, Japan. They were all using free energy technology, and this is the tech on top of the buildings and the stupa here.
Amazing. I love the cathedral stuff. What is this book? Where can I find this book?
This is actually from CFM. He gave me this.
Yes, I sent you the book, Jen. Remember, I found it.
Yes.
I will have to find it again and send it to you, Rose. I think it's like something about what is it again? No, I can't remember, but I know I found it.
Well, we'll definitely email it to you, Rose, for sure.
Yeah, I need to expand my tech knowledge.
All right, so we're going to go to the next picture.
Because we're talking about these giant buildings, this event, but that probably has been the catalyst for the energy transfer throughout the whole realm. Because, like you see here, these types of things are all made of bricks and cement, and we know that energy can travel, and they have made an experiment that you can go see that the bricks can hold energy, and all the crystalline structures inside them. It's called piezoelectricity. When you apply pressure to a crystal, it creates a charge. Imagine having I don't know how many pounds of weight into these bricks. They would create a lot of energy.
And the stupas are always covered with a white covering or a white coating, and then gold. You'll see gold on the stupas as well. But then once you go under the covering and under the gold and stuff, is always based at the brick, even the pagodas.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go back one picture. Here is a melted conglomeration of red brick with its mortar still in there as well. This is a clump of red bricks melted together, and I was climbing over piles of these in Ape Cave, which is supposedly a lava tube.
I can attest to that. I was there.
That's right. Here, wait. I got something for that one. Here, let me scroll down a little. Here it is, right here. Here's my favorite one, if I can get it to work.
How do you differ?
Guys, that's a brick.
Every day of the week.
That looked like a brick. But the thing that in the grass right here, like, how do you differentiate between something that is a brick for sure, and then something that could be like a rock that has quartz crystal just growing inside of it?
Okay, so here's the thing, is that before the X Factor event, it was all brick and mortar. Once the X Factor event happened, a lot of this mortar crystallized, and it is called quartz crystal now. We're going to get to that.
Think about it. In order to create mountains growing out of the ground, like geologists say, you have to go back on your ball with a molten core. There's no other choice.
Mhm.
It has to grow, and it has to take millions of years.
Millions of years, yeah.
Yeah.
Or these buildings got X-factored, melted, whatever, God's judgment, fervent heat. And amongst that, all these crystals are formed.
Okay, but there
Because
is a
when they're
crystal.
looking for gold, they're always digging it out. When they're looking for diamonds, they're always digging it out. Everything they're digging out the buildings, they're digging out the gemstones, they're digging out the precious metals.
But listen,
Everything is buried.
CFM, but there are some, and this goes back to the whole idea of the electric grid and the ley lines. In some special areas of the world, now we can see that some of the crystal knowledge was a hoax, and that some crystals can grow fast. They grow really, really fast, some of them.
Yes. You can grow crystals very fast. In fact, you can even get those sand ones and pour them into water. You can grow crystals.
This is what I'm trying to explain too, is that
diamonds and gemstones, yes.
with the extreme heat event came extreme pressure as well. And when these buildings were melting down and crushing down, they were creating that extreme heat and pressure. When everything solidified quickly is when the crystallization took place.
Yes.
Because as a gemologist,
it was made really fast. It crystallized fast, and it was not millions and millions of years to do it, but probably in an instant.
As a gemologist, I was taught diamonds are formed under intense pressure and heat in a volcano, and then they shoot out, and then they get embedded in the ground millions of years, blah, blah, blah.
I just want to make sure that I want to know if I'm looking at an actual brick and mortar that was transformed by the X Factor event, or like the evidence of it that is growing, has growing quartz crystal fast inside of it. Sorry, what were you saying, Shapu?
I want to tell you that rocks are made from sand, dirt, and all of this clustered together, and about pressure and everything. What are bricks? And it's the same thing. They made with dirt, sand, and clay. Pressure or heated. It's the same process to make a rock and a brick, but we made one that is us, and the other it's the world that produced it.
So let's differentiate before whether we're talking about an organically, naturally made brick, or we're talking about a brick where some human beings got together to make a rectangular square for the purposes of building something.
Yeah, exactly.
So here you can see the mortar lines, though. You can see that the brick are deformed from the heat event, but the mortar here stayed intact. It didn't all evaporate out of this thing, because sometimes the mortar in different locations is made with different substances, and some places it'll hold up longer during this heat event. But you can tell that this is a cluster of red brick with its mortar here. Especially when you've let go of geology and all their crap that goes along with geology, and realize that the base of everything is brick. This is why we're seeing so much melted brick, because a lot of the other stuff that was a part of these buildings is already melted away, like the outer coatings, the cement facades. You'll just see the bare brick, or even like that Ball's pyramid in the opening where the guy's flying past it in his wingsuit. You can see all the openings and the brick layers and everything. That's a pyramid right there. Some kind of pyramidal building, which we'll get to that picture here in just a minute. We're going to go next. Okay. Shapu, you want to explain this one?
The picture?
Yes.
But I don't know who took it, but what I see, it's the same thing that you explained. That
I think it's from Brick Truth.
Okay. You can see both. This is like both side of a brick, what's left, and the crystalline structure that you see here was the mortar, because mortars are all crystalline structure, just not pressurized and not heated enough to be a crystal, but it's the same thing because it's full of silica.
Right, and you could see that these were two bricks, and they're the mortar lines between it.
Yes,
it's right there. What do you think about this one, Rose?
Like if only you can see my eyebrows, I'm gonna have wrinkles after this. I'll have to get Botox. I don't know, because to me it could go either way. It could be one brick that has I don't know what we could call it, mortar or crystal or whatever it is, or it could be two. I just don't know for sure. I just don't know. I like I don't know. Maybe I'm triggered by this one. I'm trying to figure out what the heck is going on.
You know what it is? It's like we always just talk about with Steve. He'd had a shelf when I first met him, coincident shelf. He put something like that, say, okay, I'm questioning that picture and put it up there. But when you have like 1,000 pictures like they show, then it starts to get kind of like, it doesn't matter if one doesn't resonate with you. You know what I mean? It's pretty amazing. But yeah, I see both sides what you're saying on that.
But the way that this is formed for what the geologists is all about the globe model. You know, if you don't go by the globe model, you cannot think what you still knew about how these grow, because this is layers and layers and layers of microscopic sediment layers over the top with pressure. But they say that the pressure to create this was the layer before, and it's a thin layer. How can a thin layer be enough pressure to create something compact like this? It doesn't make sense to me.
The way that I thought that this might be created before ever hearing about meltology or melted buildings, if I saw that 10 years ago, I would think that maybe there was a rock, and then in this case, we could call it a rock or a brick. Brick was put underground in the soil, mixing with all these different nutrients and minerals and organisms, and then somehow, we don't know exactly like how certain crystals start to form, but there was just let's just blame it on the X Factor event. It's a melted brick and it's sitting there underground, and then just over time a crystal forms around it. Is that a possibility?
It could be, yes, it could be, but it's not happened so long ago. So what you will find that for this to happen in geology would be taken thousands and thousands of years, but what we see here, it did not. So
I think the crystals can grow much faster than they say.
Yes.
Right. And the same with fossils. Exactly. I've seen that cowboy boot that has a fossilized foot in it from like the 50s.
I'm comparing what we say to what geologists are saying. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
For them, it takes a long time for
millions
this
of years to get.
Yeah. It's always the opposite of what they tell us. They told us we were on a ball hurtling through space. No, it's flat and stationary. They tell us this kind of stuff and mountains take millions of years. Actually, no, it's the complete opposite. It happened instantaneously with this extreme heat event that took place.
And crystals gets shot out of volcanoes like diamonds and stuff millions of years ago. Like you have to throw it all away if you get rid of the ball. You have to.
Yes.
Yep.
And then you have to come up with a theory as to how your crystals grow in these gigantic sizes and stuff.
Yeah, that's what we are doing now, because there is none. There's no model for the flat Earth. There's no, so.
For me, the Occam's razor right now is a structure melted and then growth of Earth grew around it. That makes more sense to me now.
But for me, the enough pressure to create this would be something really heavy, not just water or just other soil, because if you take a rock and you put it on water, it's heavier than the water.
What would be really heavy? It would be the weight of the rest of the building would be what is really heavy over it.
Yeah. The only weight that makes pressure enough, that's what I think. Because
and you know, there was a thing in Revelation that always bothered me. It was Revelation 6, I think. Let's see, the sixth seal, Revelation 6. And on verse 16, and they said to the mountains and rocks, fall on us and hide us from the face that sitteth on the throne, because of the great day of wrath has come. So I always wonder, why are they having mountains fall on them? Well, they were already in them, right?
Yeah.
They were already there.
This picture looks like coral from under the sea that somehow ended up on the mountain. So what is it?
Okay, so this is very similar to the last picture we looked at, where it was a conglomeration of melted brick, but you could still see the mortar through it. This piece is similar to that piece, but in the respect that this is melted down more. It's a conglomeration of melted bricks. Some of the bricks even melted out of its spot where the mortar was. You can see little indentations on it. All of these white lines that you see are the melted mortar.
I can like show you the same type of structural thing into a brick castle, and the brick does the same thing.
You want to bring that up now, Chapu? Okay, here we go.
Wow.
Yeah, that's something.
That's the Parthenon in Greece or Rome.
Okay, here you go, Rose. This is similar to what we're talking about here, but this is on the side of a castle. We're going to show where you can see the heat transition from regular brick to melted or ballooned out brick, because with the heat, the brick will actually expand out of its location and pop out. We call that popcorn brick or balloon brick. And there's different levels of heat damage because on all these different locations. Not all of it is melted equally the same. Some structures have more melt on one section of it than the other section of it. How do we explain this? I explain it as when you look at a motherboard frying and you have certain components that melt down halfway, but the rest of the components still intact. I think that's a lot of what we're seeing here. Some of it, like this location right here, is completely melted out. I mean, you can see tiny little pockets of survival that look like archways and windows and stuff, but it's so melted down that you can barely make it out. We just call it a mountain range now.
Yeah, it looks like the most melty looking things are very vast, huge areas, whereas the balloon little like bits of melt that are against a building would be just like in a smaller area. Is that accurate? Would you say that that's accurate on your research, that the most melted stuff are huge areas, like, for example, what you just showed before, and then when you see a building that just has a piece of it, maybe that was a spot on the motherboard that just didn't melt as much. And
exactly, you can look at it like that, like even Sodom and Gomorrah or the Grand Canyon. Clearly, I mean, there's lots of pockets of survival down there. This is why they don't let people into the Grand Canyon. There's brick tunnels and all kinds of shit through the Grand Canyon. They don't want you to know that those were actually buildings. But that place got hit really hard. That whole area, Death Valley. If you look at Death Valley from above, it looks like something that just melted down in a way. It's crazy.
Shapu?
Well, in the pictures, sorry, wait, really quick. In the pictures, it's.
Well, I was going to ask where that is. That picture, the one that's on the screen.
Oh, wait, I got to go back.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. I thought you had it up.
While he's looking for that, though, like in all these biblical depictions, God's judgment is showing from the top, and we're talking about the motherboard getting heated more on the bottom. So maybe, do you think that there are some aspects that are geographical, where just someone's location, they're shit out of luck, or would it be the aggregate behavior of that location that dictates how melted
I think it's both.
Exactly.
Exactly. I think it's both.
The God's judgment and electrical charge, again, comes top and bottom kind of thing. So it's really hard to say where it starts. But that area, so like, say, take it biblical. If you're, dancing around in sin, like in the days of Noah got on the ark, and that's an electrical term, and took off, and everybody else, they got the wrath. So theoretically, like, those globes that you take your fingers and you put them on the outside, the Tesla-like things, and if you put a bunch of fingers together, it gets really bright. So those are the areas that are going to get the wrath. And that's why if you're in that city, because he says all the wrath usually is in the cities, that's why he tells you, watch out and get right. So that's the way I see it. Yeah, it would draw the energy of the wrath to that area, because that's where all the it's happening. That's the way I see it.
And so would it just be collateral damage, though, if a homesteader just happened during the X Factor event to be visiting their gay uncle in New York City?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how it actually works in the end, but think about it. Lot's wife and all that, they had to flee the city because it was going down.
Yeah, because if you're there with the adulterers or whatever, then you're guilty by association. You don't need to be surrounding yourself with those people or that kind of environment.
Even if you
like
weren't
Sin
doing
City,
it,
you don't want to be in Sin City when the X Factor's about to happen.
Even if you weren't doing whatever it was they're doing, you're condoning it, and so you're staying there and you get the wrath. That's why he says, don't do that.
Jason came home early last night from the French Quarter working because of the freaks. I think they're annoying me too much.
Yeah.
All right, so this picture here on the screen is really interesting. I'm going to let Shapu tell you all about it.
I was answering Rose's question. You were talking about the ley lines and everything before, and they are major points of them where they connect, and they probably did the biggest and highest buildings on the intersecting point of their ley lines, and probably that's where all the places, that's where the event probably started, from all the connecting ley lines point and these buildings. That's where they probably started the reaction, or the chain reaction, I should call it, the X Factor.
Okay, why don't you show us that castle? that
What-
That's a
castle.
pretty cool picture. That looks like the bricks are melted and the mortar stayed. That's pretty wild.
Yes, yes, but that's
I
not the
was wondering, where is that?
That's the same, but that's the closest I got in this folder.
Do you know where that one is or no?
No, I don't have the
Oh,
location.
that's okay.
Maybe in this case, what the mortar was made out of and what the bricks were made out of, just it was like the perfect combination to create what we're seeing here during this event.
Also,
Yeah.
we have to understand the levels of heat. You know, they're just like on a stereo. You can tune into all these different stations. Just move your dial a tiny bit, and you're off of what you were just on, and now you're into another section. With the levels of heat damage, you know, just a little bit more heat, this whole thing could have probably just melted right down and away and looked like one large piece. But this portion of the wall got only a certain amount of heat, and if there was any kind of wind involved when that heat was taking place, this heat event, it would change the molecular structure of it as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Rose is familiar with the Hutchison effect.
No, I'd never heard of that.
Oh, okay, but it's a guy that made experiments with electromagnetics and frequencies in the 60s, 70s. And he could, like, just by pointing different frequencies at object, change the structure to liquid to solid and to solid to liquid.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just by applying different frequencies on them. So
yeah, the Hutchison effect.
Yes.
So I'm so happy that like I'm finally in the stream with you, because when I'm watching your streams, I'm like, oh man, I wish I could pause it and ask her a question. So you know how we were looking before at that picture, it was so obviously like melty stones around a square right angle kind of beautiful architecture.
Uh-huh.
Here we have go back. The what we were just looking at before.
Oh shit.
It's okay. You guys remember what it looked like.
Mother.
So there was little melty stuff hugging the melted brick and mortar. So would the part that's hugging it around it that looks like one solid stone be more or less melted than the brick and mortar part?
Yes.
Well, that's my question, is like, if you could use your mouse to show me during the X Factor event, like what was there first, what's more hot?
I like your description of buildings, Rose. They're very touchy-feely. There's hugging, there's hair, there's smiling.
Okay. I'll have to create my own channel and just have my own lingo. You can only come on my channel if
Love
you talk
of
in
buildings.
those terms.
That's it. Love of melting buildings.
Huggy buildings, not melty buildings. They're just hugging everyone.
Huggy buildings. That's right. I see a new cartoon on the horizon.
I know. I see a T-shirt.
You can see. Okay, I'll zoom in.
Okay, cool.
You can see that the mortar started to melt at some places, you know.
Yeah.
Like here and here, it started to disappear, get into it, and here there's no more.
Right.
You know, it's the brick. It's just one piece. But what happened, you know, I cannot tell you exactly because I don't know.
But look about it. See the mountain hugging it? So those rocks with the grass growing on it, what is that? Is that also the building? But
that's also the building too. This part here that you're seeing with the brick and the mortar got less heat than around it. This didn't get all the way cooked out. This because the heat got taken away. If the heat would have kept going, this whole thing would have looked like everything around it.
Got it. Now I get it. So in fact, you could kind of consider that part of the mountain a pocket of survival because it didn't get
Yes. Now go to that. Yeah. No. Okay. You're flipping too quick.
No, I'm searching.
That one right there's a good one. Here's what you would call a mountain, but it's actually a melted building. You can see that it's melted and how it's crushed down on itself. You can see little pockets of survival throughout, like little apertures of windows and doorways and stuff, all up there and everything.
I mean, what I was just thinking is it's not, oh my gosh. Like I was thinking to myself, if that's a building, like maybe at some point it was under an ocean and then the ocean disappeared. So there's a building there and then that's all the sludge on top. Like, what the heck is that, you guys?
Now see the bottom half of it. Yeah, see the stuff dripping down it? But the bottom of the building has melted away. It's already crushed down and melted away underneath of itself. You're seeing the top portion of the building. You're seeing 1/3 of what's left of some of these buildings. And the mountain ranges and stuff, this is the bare bones melted down parts of the buildings. They were actually extremely large.
We're looking at the penthouses of humanity.
Yes. and to answer what Rose said, that if you think that the water would have been like this high, and in some place there are really high mountains, just like thousands and thousands of feet. So the water needs to be equal everywhere in this place. So you're telling me everything was underwater? If you think that,
I know, it's like equally crazy. It's like you're trying to like to get away from the X Factor event. It's like, well, no, the ocean was just like 20,000 feet taller.
yeah,
We'll just say that.
That's why it's a bit hard to believe all that.
Someone find me the invisible ocean, please.
Can you
and that's another funny thing. If you hit say the flood that happened that they talk about, the evidence would still be there. Basically, the water around us, the majority of the place we live is water, and there's a lot of stuff underneath it. In fact, there's civilizations, like old civilizations, pretty much under every main city in the world. There's like city built on top of an ancient city underneath it.
Yes.
So it makes sense that something happened and the sea level raised up, and we're living on the places that are allowed, left. Everything else is underwater. That's why it talks about it in the book of Job. Dead things live under the water.
Nice.
Anyways.
Okay.
Sorry, I was muted. What are we looking at here? I feel like this is a trick where like one column is a microscope and one column is bricks and the other column is like the sky.
There's a place in Peru I had up on my screen to show. Is that it?
Who's going to explain it?
Okay.
Yeah, this is just maybe I'll show you like the video of this. You see, this is just bubbles expanding to create the same. It's called a grain growth in the geology and other stuff that they use. But under heat and pressure, that things just come together into one piece. You see it like, but this just to explain with bubbles. But I've got like a diagram of the same type of explanation that they say to create. What you say when you forge something from metal? You can take like powder material and make it like a full solid one piece steel. We're trying to explain that the same thing happens in the brick because it's all grains, and with the heat and pressure, the grain grows and becomes one piece, one solid piece.
And this is where we were getting these polygonal walls that they say they don't know how people made, because people didn't make them. They were brick walls from the heat and the pressure and all this excitement of the particles as they're heating up turned into this. Here are your polygonal walls. They're left over from the X Factor event. Now, if you go to the comparison, you take it from the micro, we're looking at micro, and now we're going to the macro, an actual wall, a polygonal wall here, looks identical to this grain growth.
That makes more sense than what my previous thought was. Do you want to hear what my previous thought was?
Sure.
Yes.
But when comparing it to what you just described, now I feel really silly because it sounds like way too much work and way like
we were all there, Rose. We all felt
that they were pouring cement into molds and they just put them in that position together. That's what I thought.
Why would they make so many different molds?
Because it's fun. Because they're artistic and they have nothing else to do. That's what I thought.
I think they have plenty to do. When you don't have the system, you've got to fend for yourself and make your own food and shelter and all the stuff that we don't do. Everyone talks about how I'm not saying you, but I hear a lot of times they had tons of resources and tons of time. I don't think so. And why would you spend all your time just to make a fancy wall?
Okay. So what are the good rebuttals to this? Like, if I was going to try to stay married to my belief, what would I try to say?
Oh, I have no idea. All I know is I see it for what it is now, and I can't go back to anything else. I so get it now. What I'm looking at, everywhere we go, where we see these ancient sites that really aren't ancient, they're just more muffed up than other sites. It all makes sense now.
Yeah, it reminds me of it's kind of like how I feel about mainstream media and Hollywood. I feel like I'm actually, like, to use a really lame analogy, I'm out of the matrix in that little area, like in front of my computer, looking at the code going down. And if anyone's like, "Oh, did you see this film or this thing about this actor?" I'm just like, I don't care. I just see code. Like, I'm only going to pay attention to it unless something broke. Like, I'm the coder. I'm a coder. Let me know if something broke. Oh, there was a hoax shooting in Uvalde. Okay, I'll look at it for a second. All right, it's fake. It's fixed. Bye. You know what I mean? Like, you can't go back.
All right, so Shapu, go to the next picture over, if you could. Go to that one there. On the lower left hand or lower right hand corner, you see the polygonal wall, but it's got a giant circle in it. Like we have pictures of brick walls that have a random big rock in the middle of them. Could you pull up one of those, Shapu, so we can show her one of those in comparison to this? Because we couldn't explain what was taking place in this wall. We knew it was heat damage and we knew it was from the X factor, but this on a microscopic level helps us better understand how that formed on these brick walls that have these weird larger stones embedded into the brick walls. I think you just had one there in your pictures somewhere earlier.
I have one. I
have some, Jen, up on my screen if you want to see. In Peru.
That look just like this?
Absolutely. Just like that. I didn't know you guys were going to show that.
I thought of another challenging question, like to challenge for the sake of challenging. So if melting things could happen.
Right there, Shapu.
If hot things melt, then why can't some things be explained just with hot weather over long periods of time, like 100 years? No, I'm not trying to say millions of years, like 100 years.
What was the question?
Under the sun, I don't know, because we've seen, like they say that they have these castles that have been there for already 300 years and they're still intact with nothing. So I don't know if it's got any effect on anything.
Well, let's just hope it's instantaneous and that it's not like a 3-year-long torture of.
This summer, London was melting.
You won't feel a thing. It's gonna be done.
You don't like the slow boil of the frog, huh, Rose?
No, it's like social engineering. Think of it.
So, all right, so you had a better picture than the one you're referring to, Shapu, but that's okay. Oh, yeah, let's just for a second.
I've got some better.
Okay, leave that picture up and let's let Shampoo. Listen to me. Let's CFM screen share real quick.
Just tell me if this is what you're looking for, because I had this earlier tonight to look at.
Okay, let me see if I can get you in here. Here we go.
It's the terrace walls of God knows how you say that. CASH APP human, something like that. In Peru.
That's why we need to get Dylan Sakosio. Dylan Sakosio will know how to say everything. CFM, you're gonna have to have a meeting with him, and you'll know how to say and pronounce all the names.
Okay.
Yay. Oh.
Yeah. So that's the polygonal walls. And then you're right. That is definitely like it right there, especially where those people are standing, where there's a giant stone and the smaller ones around them. But we actually see this with less heat damage on brick walls that have a perfect brick wall, but you'll see a weird, odd, larger stone embedded in some of the brick. And this is that green growth.
Yeah, look at how long it goes. And this probably is a flow of some kind, you know?
And underneath these polygonal wall here, there's a part that's exposed where you can see brick under it.
Oh my gosh, look at that. So amazing.
I can click on it and see if we'll see it.
So see, it's not ancient, Rose. It's just more cooked out than the other locations. They have to tell us it's ancient and megalithic. It's not. They're just ballooned out bricks.
So wait, this one
they're under the ground. Look at that. They're popping out.
How old are they saying this is supposed to be? Like thousands or millions?
Yeah, this is a couple of thousand years old, these sites and stuff, but that's what they say. This is the narrative for it. Archaeology and geology. It's
a couple thousand. And you're saying a couple hundred?
I'm saying during the X Factor event that happened a few hundred years ago, this thing was turned into what it looks like now.
20,000 laborers
Only 250? Like why don't you think it's like 500? Like, why so soon? Why so
Well, we'll get into
early?
the timeline thing here in a little bit. We'll lay the timeline out for you in a little bit, what we're thinking may have taken place, because they've added 1,000 years onto our timeline. They've completely lied to us about, what the actual date is. Although it is interesting that the whole world agrees that it's 2022, which is 2022 years past the birth of Christ. For all you non-believers out there, everybody seems to agree that, because it's not the 2022 years past Allah or Shiva or Krishna. It's Jesus.
Jen,
Awkward.
Jen, tell me that the universe doesn't listen to us. Ever since we've been hammering that home about the BC and the AD.
Yes.
This is in articles now. CE.
Yes.
This just started showing up.
Yep, they're trying to condition people.
Change it again.
Yeah, they don't want to make any religious things, so they have created.
They're listening to us, guys.
Isn't it funny though to imagine all the Hindus, celebrating New Year's Eve in their country, like when that it is about, our calendar. It is funny. Everyone in the whole world all celebrates New Year's Eve.
Dubai, they worship Allah, and Dubai has a huge New Year's party and stuff like that. 2022, 2023. Well, it's not past Allah's birthday. It's Jesus.
Right. Look at the craziness of this place.
This looks like a circuit board on the grid system.
Yeah, and kind of Starfordish kind of looking things. What's with the zigzag? And look how
This
they interlock.
definitely is a machine of some sort, like a component on the grid system that got fried.
It's multiple layers. See, goes down.
Wait, hold on. Like, can you repeat? I'm like staring at this thing so intently that I didn't even hear what you just said, Jen. You think
it's a component on the grid system. I've compared it to actual components on motherboards and stuff, and this is all technical right here. This is tech.
So you wouldn't call it a building, then you would call this just something completely different within the community of.
I'm saying whatever it was, it had a functionality on their grid system in this location. It wasn't just some temple or fort. They still say, well, it's a temple, it's a fort, all this stuff.
So it could be. Under it, there's a huge building. Sorry, really quick. So there could be a huge building under it. Maybe the roof itself was technology, because that's what we're seeing on top. Remember the penthouse of humanity? And so that's where they have their mechanism. And then under that, there could be a massive building.
Yeah. The buildings themselves are the tech too, a lot of times, though.
Right.
None of them are meant to be lived in. Like the pyramids are not meant to be lived in, and they're not tombs,
And they always, like even this article, they argue over what it is. They say 20,000 people conquered from, laborers were conquered in other tribes. They made these zigzag walls. Some say it was a fortress. Some say it was a ceremonial center. They always do that. They always say it's a ceremonial center. And they carved that out. Skilled Incan stonemasons with stone, bronze, and tools pounding, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Again, what was the point of spending all that extra time to create
Never
this,
talk about it. But
I always chalked it up to slavery, that there was just one psychopath making millions of people work.
Well, this is where historical narratives, archaeological narratives, and geological narratives cover all this stuff up with their hundreds of thousands of years and ancient civilizations and all this stuff. It's just more ways to cover up what we're really looking at.
Yeah, because they don't want to acknowledge the ether, because all these buildings had an etheric field effect on the field. They produce a charge. The way they are shaped, the way they are made, it's just crazy, and it's all
that's the funny thing.
A big grid.
We can do tests and we can come up with ways that we can say, well, this is probably the amount of heat we need. No, again, at the end of the day, if this is God's judgment, we don't know how it happened and how hot it gets and how he creates heat in an instant. We don't know. All we can do is see the remnants of a judgment as he tells us, look for them so you don't fall into this when it happens again, right? Isn't it even in the Quran? Like, it's not just a book. It's written about in other books, too. There was a judgment, and one of the biggest lies we're finding out, besides where you live, that one I got. I know where I live now. But what they're hiding is that there was a wrath of God, because that hides God. And then you don't have, what would you say earlier, Rose? I loved it. The fear of God. And that's what it's about. And God he loves you, and he's forgiving and patient more than anything. I mean, look how long you waited to talk to me. Okay. You can see the list. All of us are screw ups in some way before he talks to us. And like Noah straight up killed the guy. You know what I mean? And so the thing is by hiding the judgment, the melted buildings or whatever you want to say, then you forget God's real. And then you're destined to what? If you forget history, you repeat it.
That's
and
right.
All we're trying to do as watchmen on the wall is ring the bell and say, don't be around when this goes down, because it's going to go down and we're all going to be here to see it. I don't believe in a snap and we all disappear. And if I'm wrong, great. I'll be somewhere going, shit, I was wrong about that, but loving that. But I don't believe so, because why would God wake us up, put in this A team of people, and then right when it gets down to game time, pull us all out? Makes no sense to me. We're here to wake people, and we're here to help them when judgment happens. And God says people will die of fright when it happens. We're here to pick up those pieces and help them. That's what I see.
Agreed. I think this is the apocalypse. We are the apocalypse. It's all coming out through us. God wants us to know that this happened before. This is why the flat earth came out. The truth of everything that's been hidden from us is being revealed. And it's being revealed through us, guys. It's all happening right now. All right. So what we got here is an ancient temple, and on the left, and then on the right, you have a motherboard or a circuit board.
Yeah, same kind of design.
Yeah, we've covered these kinds of ideas on Crow 777 Radio, but not from an Earth model view, but more of like a ritualistic view of like harnessing like energy, like in terms of negativity, so that it could be used by the ruling elite. I don't know if that is, in line with this, but I'm sure
whatever they were doing with it, whatever it is, they was definitely set up with circuitry in mind. This was the plane was gridded out. I think it's brick at its base. I think the creator created it that way. And I think that originally there was all buildings here, and it was all set up as a free energy place. And then, we fell, into sin and all that crap. And we had to go through this cyclical nature of God's judgment. Okay, so go back to that picture real quick.
And Jen, I sent you a link in your chat, private or whatever, of someone melting one of these with like a torch. So you can kind of see how it does melt from the top and bottom sometimes.
Oh, okay, cool. Because Shapu, you should be able to get that from the private chat too, right?
That's right, I did that.
Okay, great. So here we have a pyramid on the right that's melted down. You can see that it's melted. It looks like what we would call sedimentary layers, one layer on top of each other, but it's actually the melted brick pyramid. And then on the left, you have an actual microchip that is melted on the computer board.
Yeah. We made that comparison because we think that they are components,
That's right. Again, here on the top, you have a temple I believe that's in India somewhere. Bangkok. Okay, so that's India, right? And it's this temple. They'll tell you it's a temple for their gods, but it's set up exactly like a circuitry on a computer board.
And so how many, you were talking the other night with Martin Liedtke about active technology.
Mm-hmm.
How much of that, because I saw that one clip and I was absolutely blown away. That was incredible. Cool. Where else have we seen that? Anywhere else? Is that the only one?
I think a lot of that is held by the people that don't tell us what's going on. And they're still using the free energy and we're not.
It's hard to find the tech still intact. A lot of these places have been deactivated in some way, even though they still have their tech on top of the buildings. We can still see it today, but the building is Baroque. It doesn't work anymore. So that's why we don't see the tech active. But I do think that now in our time, they are building buildings and using a lot of locations, using free energy, and they're not telling us about it. Dubai, I think, is one of them. And there's other ones throughout the plane. I think Disney World does not have an electric bill. Okay, but that's just me. I think they're definitely still using free energy for sure.
Yeah, I think the electrical company does it always, with their towers, the big towers in the air, in metal towers, and with connected wires. The energy goes straight into the wires.
Yeah, all the wireless technology that we use today, Tesla wanted to bring out in the 20s. Now, Tesla is another thing. He didn't discover free energy and all this stuff. He's just the narrative that they put over it to make it like it's a new thing or something. The old world had it. Tesla's just a narrative for it.
The way I see it is the big transformer stations and all that electrical company, that's where they get the energy harnessed in, and they sell it back to us.
That's right.
How freaking cool that is.
So here, Rose, you're looking at a ceiling of melted brick. If you were in a cave, they would tell you they were stalactites.
But where is it really? Zoom out.
Oh, it's right here.
It's the fort in Russia. It's a fort in Russia where they admit that there was some kind of a heat event that took place here. They say it was a napalm accident, or a napalm-like substance had erupted in here, and the heat was so intense that it melted the brick. Now, whether that narrative is actually true or not, I am not sure. This place is out on an island in the middle of nowhere in Russia. So either it was hit by the X Factor event and they've given us that narrative. Either way, it doesn't matter. Extreme heat melted the brick. And if anybody had any doubt that brick can melt, it's right here in front of your face.
And mainstream even agrees with that.
You guys, right? we've got to find a ruin somewhere that looks like that.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of them. We're gonna look at them. Yeah, we got all that.
That's smart.
Exactly like that.
Oh,
exactly like that.
Yeah.
An ancient ruin.
You can see it.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, Rose, you can see it in kilns. A brick kilns or metal kilns, coke kilns.
No, but I'm saying we got to find a ruin.
A ruin,
that looks like that. Yeah. Like a remote.
That's the cool
ruin
thing is
that
because the mainstream narrative agrees with us that bricks can melt the heat. Period.
That's right.
Like they agree.
So this gives you an idea of different levels of heat damage, Rose. So when we're out and looking at other pictures away from this site, you could see how it melted down over itself, how it was viscous. You can see where part of it has crumbled up and it's so cooked out that it looks like regular old rock that you would find in your backyard, but yet you're in a brick building. So it's clear that the heat cooked out certain parts even more to the point where it just looks like charred rock now, that you can't even tell it was a brick, but yet this is a brick building.
Again, looks like the ape caves that we walked.
It looks just like the ape cave.
Like it. Look at the colors. We saw the same colors on those walls.
Yes, we did. Look at that.
Really? I didn't remember because it was too dark. You guys were there, so
Yeah.
Wow.
You could see it in some of the videos that I have.
Did any of you guys grow up thinking like,
pause it right there. Go back to that little sliver of brick there in the wall. Right there. Now that is a little pocket of survival, Rose. And amongst all the melt right there, you see a little bit of brick. That's what we would call a little pocket of survival.
Yeah. And actually, not to be gross, but like even like a burn on a human kind of works like that too, where there's just, there's no rhyme or reason really that you could see, that we could know about like why certain parts of the burn will be deeper than others.
True. Yeah. And electrical burn, same thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So the heat was so hot, the floor melted away. You could see down to the other level. Same goes for when you're in a cave. When you're in caves, or you're just inside the interior of a melted building that has not closed up all the way on itself.
Just like
you
this.
Ever wonder why everything looks melted when you're in a cave? When you see stalactites and rock curtains and stalagmites, everything looks melted. It's because it is.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Even underground.
Yeah. We don't even know where ground level is, Rose. These buildings were massive. Cappadocia and Derinkuyu in Turkey goes 13 stories underground.
But we're not denying that rivers do also smooth rocks, and that does also happen.
Oh, I'm not denying that the force of water running over rocks, and even the tides and stuff, pulling rocks out and pushing them back in, and them rolling over each other definitely smooths them out. Of course it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, the water itself doesn't. It's what the water brings, you know.
It's the movement of the material back and forth. Yeah, it's not the water itself.
It
like
needs
a grinding wheel. Yeah.
Yes, like it's just like if you put it in a grinding
tumbler,
wheel.
you know, a rock
A
tumbler.
tumbler.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you need
tumbler.
other rocks. Yeah, if you put only one rock, it's gonna stay the same. But you need to put other rocks to make it smooth. You know, some things got to grind. Water doesn't grind. You know, it's what it brings. And
yeah, the motion of, like, say if you have a strong running river and there's a bunch of rocks in it, and you see all the rocks are rounded and smoothed. They call them river rocks. It's because when the river's raging and stuff and it's pulling that material down, all the rocks are rolling over each other and smoothing each other out. They're tumbling over themselves through the pressure of the water flowing with it.
Hey, could you go back to that one before?
That looks so cool.
That one. So, not to keep harping on the 8 caves, but Jen, when we were going through the 8 caves, it's very similar shapes on the walls and stuff. And remember, you can even look on our video and look up on the ceiling, and it had mortar lines and stuff in it too.
It
The
sure
same
did.
kind of rock that we're finding that I see here. And here's the other thing I noticed, that in the 8 caves, they didn't have no life. There was no life whatsoever in the 8 caves. There was no moss, no anything, no bats, of course, no bugs, no anything. It was just like we were in a dead building.
yeah. I want to show you something else that you will say you saw in the 8 cave. I don't know if I put it. Yeah, right here. Look, the sides.
Yeah.
Oh, remember that little lip on the side?
Yeah.
Yes,
We
look,
were
it's
going to
right
walk
there in the
along it.
tunnel.
Yeah. We walked along part of that, and then we went farther and saw it had fallen, so we stopped using it. But that's it.
Yes.
That's it.
When I saw it, it's this exact.
What is that supposed to be?
This is supposed to be no sewer system.
It's a sewer system, I think. But you know what's interesting is that it reminds me of the slate mines, because all the slate mines that they go into look just like this, but it's so cooked out that it's lower to their heads because everything's gotten squished down. And they say it's slate now. But look, even in this wall here, you could see on the lower left-hand corner a big gray boulder amongst smaller bricks in the wall on the left-hand side. Go to
Can
the
you
left.
send me those when you were done, Shampoo?
Yeah.
I'd love that.
So, Shampoo, see the big gray boulder right there in the wall next to the tiny little brick? It's right there on the left-hand side. Right there, yeah. That looks like the grain growth thing that we were just showing. So this would have been a perfectly brick wall, just like the wall ahead of it. You can see the layers of brick in it. But this wall has gotten extreme heat to it.
Janky bricks, you know. It wasn't built like this.
Yeah, you wouldn't put random bricks for no reason. Yeah.
And then a big boulder, and then some smaller rocks, and then some nice brick in there in between. You know what I mean?
What if they were trying to cut corners financially and they just had some bricks?
Maybe they ran out of bricks and they just had to pick up rocks that were in the tunnel. Maybe.
Yeah, all carving. We need a brick right here.
They didn't have shortage of anything, you know, to build all of this.
Looks like they had plenty of brick. It looks like the brick.
You know what, Rose?
Plenty of manpower. Yeah.
Rose, on these channels, we say, hey, you have a right. That could be. We won't disagree with you. But Occam's Razor says that sounds way more ridiculous than what we're saying. Seriously.
Everything you've said tonight is less ridiculous than what I think.
Okay,
that's all we say.
Above that person's head on the right-hand side, you can see brick. But below it, it just looks like wall, like rock. Okay, that's because the brick's already melted down. The bottom part is all melted. The heat's coming up from the bottom. That's why the wall on the left-hand side has gotten to be larger, ballooned out looking brick. But on the right-hand side above the guy's head there on the wall, you can see the layers of brick still.
So when they were supposedly building the sewer, there would be water in the bottom there. And that area with those rocks, they also look like those formed bricks. You see,
and it looks like the person's mooning us.
Yeah, I can't even tell which way they're facing. It's like an optical.
I think they got water boots on or something.
Oh, okay.
The bottom,
it's a small screen.
I know what you mean.
Is there even a place where it would be the ground and then becoming the sewer? Like it's just like all.
It's all melted. It's all melted down there. On the floor would have been brick as well, just like that first tunnel I showed you when we first started out, how it was a perfectly bricked sewer system tunnel.
I have it.
Or what about an earthquake
Look at
caused
that.
a certain part of that area for the
Oh,
rocks
yes.
to get all janky? An earthquake happened in that
Could be.
spot.
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't think
Yeah.
an earthquake would melt the rock. Look at the brick
No,
there in the
but,
wall next to its head.
make
Let's zoom in on this head.
to make it wavy.
Hell no on that. I'm never. Who does that? Why is he doing that? No.
Okay, so look, this wall is cooked out. It looks like regular rock wall, but it's got brick in it.
Wow.
I don't think I can get Mrs. CFM to go down that hole.
That's like what we had to crawl out of to get out of Ape Cave, it seemed like.
Right. That's what it looked like coming out. But when we looked at it, she said, "There's no way I can go into that." It's so tiny.
Well, maybe there's a secret down there and they filled it up with bricks to hide the secret and then it melted.
There's that ledge again, Jen. Look at.
I see the ledge. Yeah, that's amazing that it's. We
Please,
saw
when you're
that.
done, Shampoo, send me these, please. This is great.
So you guys experienced this in a supposed lava tube, that little ledge?
Exactly what
Yes.
it looks like
That's
here. You
so
can match up our
crazy.
pictures. Our ceiling looks like that.
Yeah.
And nobody added them there for the tourists?
No.
Oh my gosh.
We barely made it out. Honestly, Rose, we barely
Well,
made it.
you're reaching deep into the what if drawer. I like it.
I know, yeah.
All right, let's zoom in on
I
this
told
wall
you we
on
were
the
gonna have
left.
fun tonight.
All right, the floor is
Yeah, there
all
were-
cooked out here. But look at the left-hand side. Okay, zoom in on that wall with all the black stones and the red brick. That is exactly what we were showing you with the grain growth right here. The
Right.
brick.
Boom, baby.
Yeah, Shapu, you want to explain this? This is cool right here.
Way cool. Wicked cool.
Yeah, just like we showed that the brick just expanded and changed color because these black bricks become like glossy, like what they call the obsidian today.
Mhm.
I have found some myself on the riverbed where I live with bricks, and half of them are bricks, half of them are this black rock.
Yep.
So they
I
have
have one right here.
yes, but you can look here that all of this was the part of the wall, but now it slid off. You can see it right here. You know, nobody built this thing like this. Because I have found the same type of bricks and rocks. That's why I can say that I really know that these bricks can turn to this because I have
Okay.
some.
Let me go in the screen share real quick. Keep this picture up. Screen share. I'm going to show Rose this brick, this melted brick here.
This is just
Oh,
crazy.
you know what?
Because I just don't know what I am looking at. It is insane.
That's okay. She has a prop for
what I
that.
have to do is I have to take you guys out in order for me to show this on big screen. Or let's just.
Do you want me to do it?
Wow.
Yeah, Shapu. I just want to put myself on big screen, which means we got to take everybody else out and then bring me back in as soon as I'm done, or bring everybody else back in. All right, hang on, guys. We're going to show you this in just a second. He's talking about the. Okay. Yeah. So black obsidian right there on the top of the brick. This is a brick right here. It's melted. You can see the black obsidian on top. How it crystallized. This would actually be also the mortar can do this too, but this is actually the brick going obsidian. You can see here the bubbling of it on the top, how it was heated. And we're going to go big screen. Okay, so there it is there. You see it was bubbling. Go this way with it. So yeah, that's it. You guys can come back in.
All these rocks, volcano rocks.
All right,
these,
Shapu, you bring them back in. Can you do that, or do I have to do it?
How do you tell the difference? How can you tell the difference
Oh,
between
there you
a
go. You got
broken?
it. Keep going. I'll let you do it.
Can you hear me?
yes, go ahead.
How can you tell the difference between a broken brick
All right, great.
and a melted
Let's go
brick?
on the big screen here.
Well, the melted brick, you won't see the brick anymore. So it's if you can see still the redness and the brick form, the straight edge, you know it's a brick. But
well, I was just wondering if what Jen was holding was a piece of something bigger, or if it was just like a brick.
I can't
that
hear
had been
Rose.
melted.
Can you repeat that, Rose? I didn't hear you.
You didn't hear me? Did anyone hear me?
Yes,
I heard you.
Okay, well, okay, can you hear me now, Jen?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Thank you.
so how can you tell the difference between a broken brick and a melted brick? Because when you're holding up that piece, do we know that that wasn't a piece of something bigger, or was it one brick that melted and then that is growing like on top of it or melted on top of it?
No, that's part of the brick that's melting. I found this out back in my yard, and I don't know where the rest of it is. I'm assuming it melted away.
And just became part of the earth.
it could come from You know, I found some bricks deep in the woods. I was going to a place with my dad in the woods to. We walked like an hour and a half in the woods, and I saw this big rock wall, and I started looking at it. Well, it looks like kind of brick, and I look around, and I found a little red piece of brick right there. It's just crazy. What is it doing there? You know, somebody just left it there from his pocket. I don't think so. It was so deep in the woods.
So right where this person has their hand on the wall and they're trying to step up here, this person in the front, that whole wall right there is brick. It's just melted where his hand is and all that down. But you can see the brick inside the melt. There's no reason to put brick there on the side of a melted rock, I guess you might say, a rock or whatever, but you can see that the brick is sticking out, especially right there. Where he has his hand, you can see the brick sticking right out.
I just literally, my brain is just like, seriously, like erosion, volcano, earthquake. All at once.
Oh,
Jen has a drop for that. Jen has a drop for that.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Motherfucker.
Yeah.
No, but I'm laughing at myself because I sound ridiculous for considering that earthquake, volcano, and erosion all happened at once rather than, a melting event.
But you're talking mainstream then, so that's what we're saying. Yeah, it does sound.
Okay, look here. The floor didn't melt all the way, okay. This may even be steps that were going up that melted. But look, you can see the brick. This is amazing right here. You can see where there's pockets of survival where you can still make out the brick, but other parts where it's gone completely looking like rock, just regular old rock or slate.
How far underground is this?
I'm not sure. I have to look at the post the guy did to
So
tell
like
me.
after 100 years of a certain environment, the things just wouldn't like crunch down.
No.
And look like this. Okay.
No, they're going to tell
like
you
bricks.
that this is old. They'll say that this is old, or places like this are really old. That's why they look like that. And they'll put in weathering and erosion and all this stuff, but that's not the case. You can see the different levels of heat damage taking place because you can see it above ground just as much as you can see it underground.
Yes.
And the other funny thing is the three things that you said had to occur to make that same melt. That's quite a bit of energy if we think of God's judgment. If you compare it to, what was it, earthquakes, lava, you know what I mean? That's a lot of action going on.
No, not an earthquake or lava. It has to. That looked like it was like all happening at once, like erosion,
Right, which sounds like God's judgment.
Yes.
Yeah, it sounds like God's judgment.
But then I just think there's got to be another explanation. It's just insane.
So here you can see the melt all over, and you can see the little pockets of survival of brick throughout. But this flooring here would have all been brick as well. It's cooked out from the bottom heading upwards.
And from how long ago was this supposedly made, this sewer?
I don't know the date on this sewer, but this looks just
No, I
like
don't
all the other sewers.
I don't think they even know the date on these places because they're still exploring them to account, because these guys are the some kind of
Once you
geologist.
realize the timeline's all off, Rose, the dates really don't matter.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just saying.
So freaking cool. And okay, what do you think about the whole idea that they could drill down 8 miles? Like, what do you think's under? Why can't we go further than the 8 miles in this?
Well, I'll let CFM answer that one.
Well, it sounds like a firmament to me. It sounds like we're not allowed. Period. Whatever's there. There's certain areas we're not allowed to go to. That's why I don't believe in this whole ice wall controlling us in.
Because I thought you were going to say just like it was so concentrated and melted that nothing of our tools could compare, because it's that
surrounded by all these different armies. Well, how could that happen if they're not here? We're just not allowed to know where they are. That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
Look
here
how
you have
beautiful it is.
a melted arch.
The height is the same as the bottom 8 miles too. 12 kilometers. Up,
right. As above, so below. Right.
Yes.
Okay, so for the big mountains that they even admit are man-made now, if you were to dig yourself into it, what would it look like? Would you see rooms, or is it all just so old that it's just looks like dirt and brick?
Like this one?
Yeah, like that one.
He's got the pictures, man. Love it.
So what does it look like on the inside?
But you can go see some videos. They go into a tunnel and they go inside, but it's just one piece. It's all melted together. But this thing doesn't have any room because nobody lives in there. It's for energetic properties only.
But there are mountains that you go into, and there's tunnels and passageways and caves and all this stuff. People go crawling through them. You're going through the parts of the building that haven't completely closed up on itself. The heat and pressure, the building's melting down. It's melting down more in some locations than the others. You might have part of the building on the right side that's slumping down and weighing down and closing up rooms. But on the other side, say the left-hand side, where it's not getting as much heat, but it is getting heat. And then you have these little melted rooms. We call them caves now.
Like this. This is what they call a cave here, or a lava tube. I'm not sure which one it is. And this is a tunnel, a sewer tunnel.
Boom, baby.
They find they're so similar that it's hard to tell the difference unless the melt,
You can still make out some brick up in there, but it also has those heat striations that they try to tell us are pickaxe marks.
That's what I was going to say. You cut me off when we were almost about to jinx each other. I was going to say when he zoomed in, I was like, look, those look like bricks.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Look at those.
It's really cooked out, but you're starting to see them. They're popping out to you now because you know what you're looking at. And when you look at Vesuvius, you see all this melted brick in Vesuvius.
And does the mainstream admit that Vesuvius is a building?
No.
No. But they found an old map that does. They found an old map that does.
Yes, we have that. Okay, so here, go back to that real quick, Chapu.
This one, no?
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so here's an old map of Italy. And then when you zoom in on the location for Vesuvius, which is between Naples and Salerno.
It's blurry.
Here you can see the word Vesuvius coming off of what looks like a building right here.
But,
then here where I reversed the color on it to bring it out a little bit more, you can clearly see that on this map, they have Vesuvius looking like a building and not a volcano.
Boom, baby.
This map was from, I think, the 1600s.
Yes, this one, yes.
Now let's go back to those other maps right there. Not that, yeah.
This is a comparison of the 1500s map.
Yeah, but the other one you had up has the ones where we have it circled, I think. The next picture over or something. Yeah, there you go. Okay, let's zoom in on this. 1578. We're going to zoom in where Vesuvius should be on this map for 1578. You have Naples and Salerno. Let's give everybody perspective of where we're at. And then circled in red is the word Soma, which is where Vesuvius should be sitting. And it's not there. Now, this thing erupted in 79 AD. It should be on these maps. Supposedly it erupted in 79 AD. Again, here's a closer look where you can see Naples, you can see Salerno, and in the center is a town called Suma, not no volcano called Vesuvius.
And they know how to draw mountains because if you go here, they have mountains, you know.
Like a range. Yeah. So let's go down to that bottom one there. It's 1725 on this map. And here we have Naples, we have Salernum, and in the center there is a town. What's that name on that town? I can't see it.
This one, it's Herculaneum.
Herculaneum is now showing up on the maps. Herculaneum. No Pompeii, no Vesuvius. Now we have Herculaneum there. And now over here, 1760, which I think is right around the X Factor event. Now Vesuvius starts showing up on the maps. You have Naples, you have Salerno, and in the center is now Vesuvius. Because now they're starting to teach people what these things are, and now they're starting to put them on the maps. Because it's past the X Factor event at this point.
Yes.
Oh, so you're saying the older maps weren't portraying something was there, not that
exactly. Even if you look at the Montebano map, I'm sure you've seen the Montebano map from 1590 something. On there, they don't even have Vesuvius either.
They don't even have Mount Fuji either.
They don't have Mount Fuji in Japan. All these different places, you're finding a lot of anomalies, that things that are notable landmarks that should be there that aren't.
Is there any evidence of melted bricks on Mount Fuji?
Yes.
Yes, we did a whole show on Mount Fuji. There's all kinds of stuff up there. So here you have a lava tube.
Yes.
And it's got some water flowing through it, but it's a documented lava tube. I'm not sure where this location is. Shapu, do you know where this one is?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay, we were doing our lava tube comparisons, but if you pull up lava tubes, you're going to find this picture. It's really easy to find. Now, here on the right-hand side is a sewer system canal.
Yeah.
It's identical to the lava tube. It's just that what they're saying is a lava tube is actually a cooked out bricked water system, tunnel system. So here you have the Tower of Babel, you have Vesuvius, and we're comparing them to what we call a volcano today.
Yeah.
Very similar.
These are volcanoes, the fake volcanoes.
Yeah, I've never seen that. I've never seen a video of that. Look, you know. So
I covered a show on that. If you go and look up, it's just like satellites in space, and they're just cartoons. You go look at like live explosions. I showed one on my show the other night. They said a drone was hovering over it. It looked like a screensaver. Plus, how did the drone survive? None of it made any sense. When you see them, they don't look real. What you do see in a volcano a lot of times is an explosion and smoke. You know, you don't see a lot of fiery lava spewing out of the top. Unless they do, well, yeah, he'll show you how you can do it with chemicals. And that's what we feel is happening.
Wait, before you go on to, I want to watch this video, but can you pause it first? Because I want to ask a question about the idea of God's judgment. What if like the judgment is actually more of a natural reaction to the abuse of man's messing with the world, like using too much technology, like they were doing too much free energy in certain areas, and it was messing with the natural flow of the universe. Do you know?
Well, even if you go that way, Rose, it's still a judgment. So
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But like, I'm trying to explain the judgment and why it would occur and when it would occur. So if Jen is saying that this is coming up in some, that means that the abuse of the technology has already obviously started. Yeah, and that's why that would explain why it's going to happen again, is because human beings are getting out of hand with nature.
Yes. Yeah. If you take, just take this the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. You know what they say about it, but worldwide, you know, just not only in a single small place in the Middle East, but everywhere.
Yeah.
Is it possible that this X Factor event occurred in certain regions and there were some areas that were unaffected at all?
I'm not sure. Could have been, because it's this effect. We think that it behaves like a Lichtenberg effect. You know, like lightning patterns going on the ground. Do you know what it is? What I mean? That Lichtenberg pattern.
The Lichtenberg pattern, the lightning pattern, how it branches out.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like, look, when you're gonna hit this, you will see the energy propagating, but you don't know. You know, it could be everywhere. This is what the Lichtenberg pattern is. But you can see the energy still discharging after a while,
And you know where else you see that? Roots of trees, branches of trees, your lungs,
Yes,
your
because
circulation
we
system.
are
It's the
all,
same
yes,
pattern.
we are all based on the same creator, he
Yep,
created
sure.
on the same basis. That's why.
Everything's electrical here, that's for sure. We're an electromagnetic existence.
Yes.
Boom, baby. You gotta say it.
What is he putting that into? What kind of medium?
This is
What
just
glass?
I think what's it called again?
Like a resin?
Yes, resin, or what's it's called, the plastic that they put everywhere, and the plexiglass.
Gotcha, yeah.
Glass resin compound, and it's full of crystalline material. That's why the energy still go to all the crystal, and you can see it. He makes like these things that he sells. It's like not statues, but just art that you can buy.
Mm. Now I know what to get you guys for Christmas.
It really
Right?
represents, yeah, crazy.
Wow, you guys.
Yeah, I
Oh
was
my goodness.
going to show you these. This is the more advanced one.
Didn't that guy in Sweet Home Alabama? He did something on the beach with lightning and made those things too, with glass. Anyway,
Not sure. Not sure.
I don't know.
Talking to two people, it's fine.
Okay, yeah, I want to know what this is.
Yeah, this is just there's two concoction. This one is the aluminum and other stuff that you can find in the earth, but now he uses a catalyst, the fire, to start it, and you will see that.
And we have video, I don't know if it's real or not, but of them supposedly, or somebody using directed energy weapons shooting into a volcano, and then the volcano does this.
Wow.
You can see spew a lot of thing around.
Do you see how easy it would be to fake the volcano narrative? It's easier than space.
Yeah, it's amazing to see that it could be explained by an external force coming from above rather than a molten core in the middle of a spinning globe.
And here you got mostly smoke and ash.
Yes. And I'll show you another one.
It looks like La Palma.
I don't have a problem with this volcano hoax at all. This is awesome.
So volcanoes aren't what they're telling us. What are they? I think that they were some kind of towers.
I have, when you get a chance, I pulled up a little bit of our ape cave thing for her. I can show her.
Absolutely.
Okay, but I did watch the whole thing, just so you know. But it was
I know.
amazing.
I just want to look at the ceiling and stuff again.
Well, that's why I'm glad we're going to watch it together, so we could talk about it. Anything I may have missed.
And it's on this one, there's no need for any catalyst. It just starts on itself because of their chemical reaction.
Wow.
So if you put the right things in, or if you drop a payload in of this concoction, say through an airplane back in the old days, or if you even use some type of directed energy weapon, you could set these things off, and we would think that they were just, erupting.
It creates a lava flow and an ash plume, exactly like what they do.
So with Vesuvius, they flew around and created the concoction, flew away, and then it went off?
Yes.
That's so
interesting. Yeah, there's what was that one where they dropped bombs in it, Jen?
Yes, that was 1944.
Yeah. So whatever was left of the building, they had to cover it up, so they blew it up for no apparent reason. Why would you drop bombs?
Yeah.
Well, I found a statue head embedded in the side wall of Vesuvius, so that tells me there was definitely things there, and buildings have statues in them.
I want to see them. Can I see that? I'm so excited. I want to see the statue.
But we told that these volcanoes were like giant towers, and they got destroyed. But these towers produce energy. They add like metals and iron and everything in it. When they got destroyed, they probably did this chemical component when they melted together and created this volcano. This is just sulfur and iron. This is the easiest thing to go because it's everywhere. Iron, sulfur, that's what you find in volcanoes. Exactly.
Right.
Then it's gonna just add water to it, and you will see that.
But then why wouldn't it erupt just with regular rain? if all you have to do is add water
It
to
needs
it.
to be covered too, but I think this one is gonna eat it. You know, it needs to be covered and eat it a little bit, not just in the air, because that's the recipe. You need to bury it underground.
Mm.
Shippo, do you have the picture of the statue head from Vesuvius?
Not sure, Jen.
I know. I'm trying to find it right now in my photos here.
Yes, I can try to.
Okay, you know what? It doesn't even matter. We're gonna come off this screen share real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Let me try and do it on my end.
Try it.
Let me see if I can get myself to. I'm just going to show you how I found it. Let me get into a screen share here.
I remember that you did that on a live stream. You were showing that.
Yeah, I just have to see if my stuff's going to work here. Hold on. Oh, my page is not responding, guys. Oh my gosh. All right, hang on. Hold on. Let me try screen share.
While you're finding,
really nice.
Thank you. While you're trying to find this, did you guys know that there was a lunar wave caught by Take Back Space on the full moon?
No.
At 8:30 Eastern, and it was really cool because if I had been taking out a telescope that night, I would have been so disappointed because there was so much cloud cover. And despite the cloud cover, right as the clouds are moving by the edge, you see boom, boom. And although unfortunately there was a glitch, like you see the timing jump, so the first wave jumps, the second wave is just beautiful. And then he put out a clip, so I'll just forward it to you after the show. But I love it when this happens because I like to reinvigorate interest in the lunar wave. I think that the lunar wave probably does have something to do with plasma. I don't just like something having to do with the plasma and its interaction with the firmament, the luminaries.
Yes, I love the lunar wave. If you go to my YouTube channel, it's like the 10th. I think it's the 5th video I uploaded like 7-8 years ago. The lunar wave.
Wow, awesome.
Okay, Rose, can you see this on my screen?
Yep, I'm ready. Back to the topic.
Okay, so here we're at mineral layers Vesuvius. That's all I typed in, and if I go back to all, hopefully it'll work for me here. You'll see that my search is for Vesuvius, and it's bringing up minerals of Vesuvius, Mineralogical Society of America. So I'm just going to images now, okay? I'm not going to any particular site. I'm going to images. And click back on images here. And this is how I found it when I first did my Vesuvius live stream. I know my stuff's loading. So typically it's either the first or second picture in, but today it looks like it's the third picture in. So, but I'll start with this first picture here. These are the mineral layers in Vesuvius, or what they're saying are mineral layers, which it actually just looks like a brick wall here. You can see it's all brick. But let's move over to this picture here. It says Mount Vesuvius in Campania, Italy. Let me make it big. Click on it, see what happens. Hopefully it'll come up for me. Get a nice clear picture. Okay, now since my first video, they've slapped alum all over this picture, so it's almost right over the statue head itself. It doesn't look very clear. It looks really grainy for some reason. Do you see how grainy that looks, Chipper?
Yeah, that happened to me too.
It's clear now. It's clear now. Okay. Okay, look. So here is the mineral layers in Vesuvius. Okay, do you see this? This is all melted brick here. You can even make out the brick pattern in it. Now let me scroll over this way. Now let's go down here. Right here, next to the word alame, right here is the side view of a statue.
Oh my gosh, I can't make it out. Can you zoom in more?
I can't zoom in any more than that. That's as big as it'll go for me.
I'll just look at it on my own, but wow.
Okay, so you can see the nose, the mouth, the neck. It goes down into this whole smooth area. It almost looks like a leg bent over right here. You Yeah, and I've done reverse color on this where you could see it better, and you can see that it's edged into the wall here. There's a clear outline of this head here, and here's the face right here next to the Y. It's facing the Y. So you're getting a side profile of this statue head. And this whole area here looks anomalous to me, like it was maybe not just one statue, but a whole conglomeration of, say, a scene of some sort. If you look down here by the A, you can see what looks like the rump end of some type of animal, maybe with a tail sticking out here. But see how smooth and anomalous this whole section is compared to all this janky red brick over here that's melted. This is all very anomalous, this whole section. Now I'm going to come back out a little from the picture so you can get
So instead of it being just a different level of heat, you're saying that would be something like a scene like the Trevi Mountain in Rome, where it's just a bunch of statues very close to each other.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I think. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to click that, guys. Let me just go off of that real quick. Yeah, I think that that there was pockets of survival throughout this tower, whatever type of tower it was, and when it got destroyed or even bombed in 44. They were trying to hide what was still in here because a lot of people were coming up to Vesuvius and looking inside. As a matter of fact, I got pictures and documentation of people, even pregnant women, getting towed up to the top of this thing to look inside it. For what? To watch it go off? Are you really going to take a pregnant woman up to an active volcano? No, I think that they were going up because they were seeing a lot of stuff that was still inside here. And they had to get rid of that in 1944 because, you know, technology was really coming around. People were starting to get their own video recorders and good lenses and stuff. And people would see inside here and document this. So they would have to get rid of this stuff. But that is clearly a statue.
Possibly gold up there too, Jen, above the Y. That could be part of the gold.
Yes, above the Y right here looks like some gold material. And even here on the headdress, or what I'm calling some type of headdress that's over this face, may even have some gold on it as well. We know that the old world was like a golden age. They had gold all over everything. Even the obelisks, I think, were covered in gold. They took all this gold down after the X Factor event and kept it for themselves. But can you make out the statue head there, Rose? I should have told you to get a magnifying glass for tonight's show because I know your screen's small on your end.
Well, I wish that I have another laptop. I'm almost wondering if I should get up and grab it so that I could, look up the same things you are on a separate computer.
Yeah. Anybody can look it up. You just type in mineral layers for Vesuvius and go to images and you'll get this image up right here. Mineral layers inside the crater of Mount Vesuvius. Alme.
Hey, Jen, do you see the picture next to it to the left with the 4 rocks?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They look just like the ones that, fell into our shoes that I have. I have one that looks identical to the letter A.
Exactly. This is just cooked out brick right here. That's all it is. You see this underwater, they call it coral. It's just more cooked out building.
Let's see what they say.
Here's another picture of Vesuvius mineral layers. You can see it's just all melted brick on the inside.
Right.
That picture's not, it's a little grainy and stuff. But anyway, that's the picture I wanted to show you with the statue head in it right there next to the Alme. That Alme wasn't there when I originally did my video. It was over more. And since I've made the live stream on Vesuvius and went back and looked at this picture again, I have the original one saved, but I don't have it up right now. But now they have the Alme like practically right over the statue head. Thank God they didn't cover up completely. But here, if you look at this one, this is the side wall of Vesuvius. Again, mineral layers inside the crater of Mount Vesuvius. It's just another brick building, guys. Even if I just showed you that and didn't tell you we were in a volcano, most people who know what they're looking at would tell me that's a brick wall.
It looks like the Cliffs of Insanity from The Princess Bride. Now we have to go back and look.
Yeah, right?
Oh
my gosh. I remember that.
Yeah.
I gotta look it up now. Let's look it up.
He's climbing up a building. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, you guys, I just looked at the just a thumbnail of Andre the Giant and Inigo, and they're carrying the bald guy. And like in the background, you can even just see bricks.
See, you're going to see it everywhere now. Once you see it, you
God,
can't
that's
unsee it, Rose. Once you see the melted bricks, you won't fall for their lame ass tricks. Boom, baby.
See that? See? You're part of the Meltology.
Motherfucker.
Sweet Wesley was climbing up bricks. That's how he was doing it. He wasn't that strong. There was just bricks helping him.
That's fantastic. I love it.
Yeah, we all got our shirts on. I'm gonna get you one of these shirts, Rose.
I know. No, I feel like a dickhead for not already having one. I'm totally behind.
Hey,
It's
Jen,
all good. We'll get you one.
Can I show the ceiling of that tube we went to?
Absolutely, go for it.
Okay.
I'm having so much fun. Are you having fun, Rose?
Oh my god, yeah! Like
It's
this is
great.
I'm like totally like high on life right now.
I love you.
Love it. Is this showing?
No.
Hold on a second.
Oh, sorry.
Shapu, can you allow that on your end? Okay, good.
Yes, I did, but he's not showing it.
Should I stop
We
and
got-
bring it back?
No, go ahead. Ceiling fan, just go to your tab that you want to go on to because it's already
Yes.
in your screen share.
Yeah, you're already in the StreamYard. You're on the StreamYard page.
Oh, whoops. Hang on. Oh, I see. I clicked the wrong clickety-click.
Oh my gosh, I'm looking at the cliffs
Okay.
of Moher right
How about
now.
that? Is that working?
Yes.
So this is when we're walking in there. And look, it's the same kind of... There's some better shots of the ceiling.
There was a river right there.
What are those? There's red bricks.
Though those are
What are they
just
doing
pieces
in
of
the lava tube?
pockets of iron.
And in order to create a lava tube, the idea was once in 300,000 years, the only time it ever did this, the lava was so hot it formed a straw, and eventually the flow lowered from the top down and created a straw. Because otherwise it makes no sense.
Does that
Never
look like a
happened
lava
before.
flow to you? It looks like a construction site.
Yeah, it looks like a bunch of boulders crumbled over.
Yeah, we had to climb over all that.
I know. It's like what?
You see the walls? It's the same kind of like drippy, melty stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, so
And
it's
each
funny that it would
bottle-
be on the top. It's melty on the top, but bricky on the bottom. Well, that doesn't go along with the water narrative.
Yeah, do you see that? Look at how that stuff looks. It's something.
Pockets of rivers.
It looks electrically charged to me. That whatever happened to that.
Or maybe there was like a little.
Yeah, it looked like it
hole.
started to turn into that obsidian.
Right.
Or maybe at one time there was a whole.
Look at the drippiness up there. Up there, it's real drippy, just like we saw the bricks in that fort in Russia. You could see the drippiness of the ceiling up there, right there. Pause it.
And look at this.
All that
there
is-
you go.
Boom, baby.
Boom, baby.
They got
we set it together.
they're fused together and melted bricks. Like they're.
Look at that, Jen.
Is Jen
I
looking?
see it.
Okay.
I see it.
Motherfucker.
Oh my God! Look at that, Jen.
I know it.
That's not a photo. That's not something we found on the internet. That was shot on my phone walking through those. And it's exactly what Shapu showed earlier with the whole bubble thing.
You can't handle the truth.
Wonderful pour work, ceiling fan man. They poured the stones and then put them on the ceiling.
Yeah, there goes your pouring this. How'd you get the plaster casts up there?
Very carefully.
Under all that is clinker bricks.
Yeah. And what workhorse did you get to climb in here and do that?
It's some hardcore slavery. I mean, if people are being whipped enough, they can do anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guys, look at that right there. Yeah, look at it. Just look at it.
Oh my gosh. I love it.
It's boots on the ground.
So funny. Is that Jeannie?
Yeah.
Hey, Jeannie.
Don't you guys feel like you were just like you were all given power that day to do such a strenuous
Dude, I don't know how we did it. It had to be the grace of God that got us through that because I remember we were in there 3 hours. I only got an hour of filming and the rest was climbing.
Yeah. And we were exhausted. But see, the same stuff that he was showing tonight. The same
Look at that
stuff.
wall. That wall looks wet.
Yep, the green
All drippy.
was right there. Yeah. The polygonal look to it.
Wow, big polygons there. Big chunks. And then
Right?
smaller there. Gosh. How about that?
Look, there's some bricks. You couldn't help but notice the bricks. They were everywhere.
Everywhere I pointed my camera, there was red brick. Everywhere.
What's that?
I just didn't even have to say anything. I just point and shoot.
Yeah. What's going on there?
Yeah, I've seen something like that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Okay, no, because my screen has frozen and I'm still on that one spot where we paused it, ceiling fans. It hasn't moved any further for me. I'm watching it on my phone right now. I don't know if I'm going to glitch out on you guys or not here.
And so certain areas of this look like we were inside the belly of some kind of giant
whale
monster, right?
Ceiling fan Pinocchio it is.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna show my quick video on Ape Cave real quick. I have a little 2-minute one I want to show.
I'm out. Thanks for allowing that. But yeah, it's wild. I didn't know we had those captures on the ceiling. We're gonna have to compare those.
Absolutely.
Cool on it.
All right, let me see if I can play this one here.
Guys, look at that right there. Yeah, look at it. Just look at it. Now we have to climb over this. It looks like it's just all red brick. Now we have to climb over.
Yeah, I think
it's just all red brick. They're fucking everywhere. Look at this. We have to climb over.
You were so happy during that, even though we were exhausted.
Okay, so did it work? I'm lost. I think I've frozen.
I'm seeing it.
Oh gosh, there's brick everywhere in here. Look at this.
Is it still playing?
Wow.
Yeah, it's still playing. It looks good to me.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Right, Rose? It looks like a construction site. It doesn't look like a lava flow.
Kind of lame that they're calling it a lava flow. I don't know. I wish that they could come up with something better.
Yeah. And the funny thing is the mountain's not even close to here. It's 2 hours away. There's no connection between this 1.5 miles, 2 miles of tube and the actual mountain. There's no proof it came from there.
But I know people came from here.
There's no, I don't know. There's no way we could have missed a turn.
You think everyone missed the same turn? What the little fuck is this?
Oh, okay. Wow, how are we going to get over that? Well, if we don't show up for a couple of days, everybody knows we came to Ape Cave, so
Yeah.
all we gotta do is just hold out. How the fuck? How in the fuck? Oh my god.
It's done, Jen. It's over.
Oh, you're muted.
Uh-oh. She's muted.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
And I hear us.
Sorry, I have my phone going because my whole thing glitched out over here. I didn't even see half the video. I had to watch it on my phone. Anyway, yeah, Ape Cave was amazing. Brick everywhere, piles of rubble everywhere. It did not look like lava flow or what we would consider to be looking like a lava flow giving our indoctrination. It didn't look anything like that.
Or if there was a lava flow, sometime after the lava flow, somebody brought a bunch of boulders and bricks down there.
Right. There's that too. That could be. Yeah.
Oh, she's quite the contrarian, isn't she?
Well,
no, but I like the way she does it because
I like it.
Yeah, let's go with that narrative, Rose. I'd say it's way better.
Who brought all these boulders down here for us to climb over and all this melted red
Well, they
brick?
have powerful horses, so they could have done it.
That's right. They had huge workhorses. That's right. I forgot.
I love horses so much. Don't you think that horses were built for us to be friends with?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Well, God says all the animals are for that. Yeah. Well, I mean,
Well,
don't
I
get
think there's a
cozy with a
special
cougar,
connection.
but yeah.
I feel like there's a special connection between humans and horses. Like we're supposed to work together to all be happy. There's like a way for everyone to both species to be happy. No master slave relationship. Just mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship that
But
we've
the
that
same
most
with
of
cats
humanity
and
has
dogs.
forgotten.
Same with cats and dogs.
But
Same
see,
thing.
I feel like not enough people have horses. It's not fair. Enough people have cats and dogs. We figured that out. But I want everyone to have. I want a horse. I guess I'm just getting out.
I want a horse. I've never even ridden on a horse before. I would love to have a horse.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jen,
every girl out there, you want
Oh,
a pony and now a horse.
I
Horses
know.
are expensive.
I'm really
They eat a lot. They
disappointed.
poop a lot. They cost a lot of money. Very few people can own a horse.
I know, but in the New Jerusalem, I hope that there's horse stables so everybody could love on horses and take care of them together in the community. Jen, your assignment is you need to ride a horse sometime.
Yes.
All right.
Just like make
How
an
about this?
appointment. I'll come with you. I haven't
Well,
gone on a
well-
horse since before I was paralyzed, and that's a ridiculous thing. I should have gone out of my way to do like a special inspirational program or whatever, but I haven't. So you and we both need to do horses. Okay?
Oh yeah,
I'll make
absolutely.
it a date sometime.
Rose,
All
if
right.
there's an X Factor event and you stay out of Babylon, I know Shapu, he can find anything. He'll get you the coolest horse out there.
This is
He's
true.
got a guy
This is
that knows
very
the guy.
true.
I don't know why I just got reminded of the obelisk type thing that Martin brought up the other night. Was it last night or a Monday night where there
Monday
were
night.
ships, like a totem pole of ships coming around? That very maritime idea. I forgot where that was located though.
Yeah, that was really interesting.
There's a
Who
couple.
has
Yeah, there's a couple of them. There's one in Portugal. There's one in Italy. I think there's one in New York now. You know, it's there's a couple of them with the boat on the pillar. It's just crazy.
All right. So, do you guys want to take a quick break and come back here in a little bit? Maybe a little bathroom break or something. How does that sound?
I'm always okay with a break.
Okay, cool. Because I have to.
Smoking a pancake.
I gotta check on my cats,
You're gonna
and
make
I gotta go pee. So I'm gonna play a little video here. Let me find it. It's 3 minutes and 43 minutes. 3 minutes and 43 seconds long. So that's how long we got, guys. All right, we're gonna
And
go.
if I'm lagging, just start without me. I could hear you. I'm just slow getting back to my seat.
Okay, no problem, girl. Here we go.
Do they not find any guidance when they see how many cities that God destroyed? So they are now fallen into ruin, and they walk among their dwellings.
Is it playing?
So travel through the land and observe how the end was for the criminals. They were not availed at all by their gods when the command of God came. So have they not traveled through the land and seen how the end was for those before them? God destroyed everything over them, and there is something comparable for the disbelievers. So travel through the land and observe how the end was for the criminals. For God has already destroyed what surrounds you of cities, and God has explained the signs so that perhaps they might return from disbelief. For God destroyed Ad and Thamud, and it has become clear to you from their ruined dwellings. And Satan had made their deeds pleasing to them and averted them from the right path, and they were endowed with perception. And God destroyed Korah and Pharaoh and Haman. And Moses had already come to them with clear evidences, and they were arrogant in the land, but they were not outrunners of God's punishment. For how many gardens and springs did they leave behind, and also crops, and noble sites of pyramids and comforts, wherein they were amused. Then do they not find any guidance when they see how many generations God destroyed before them, as they walk among their dwellings? Indeed, there are signs in that for those of intelligence. For Sodom is situated on an established road. Indeed, there is a sign in that for the believers. For you pass by them at dawn and at night. Then will you not use reason? And the companions of the thicket were also wrongdoers. So God took retribution from them, and both ruins are on a clear highway. So how many cities did God destroy while they were committing wrong, so they are now fallen into ruin, and how many abandoned wells and how many lofty palaces? So have they not traveled through the earth and have hearts by which to reason, and ears by which to hear? For it is not the eyes that are blinded, but it is the hearts that are blind, which are within the chests. For you lived among the dwellings of those who wronged themselves, and it had become clear to you how God dealt with them. And God set forth many examples for you. So travel through the land and observe how the end was for those before. Most of them were polytheists. And God did not wrong them, but they wronged themselves. And they were not availed at all by their gods which they invoked other than God when the command of your Lord came. And they did not increase them in anything other than ruin. And thus is the seizure of your Lord when he seizes the cities while they are committing wrong. His seizure is indeed painful and severe. Indeed, there is a sign in that for those who fear the punishment of the hereafter. That is a day for which the people will be collected, and that is a day which will be witnessed.
Hey, Jen. You're muted. You're muted again.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm back, but it's not quite camera ready.
Oh, okay. I don't know why, Shapu, but after my video plays, it doesn't take me off mute like it usually does.
Maybe
Like
just
everybody else. That's weird.
maybe.
All right, so what are we going to get into now? Shapu's got files of pictures and all kinds of cool stuff for us to look at.
Well, I showed you the funny video that I did with Dylan Sakosio where we were looking about the structures that look like penises. Mm-hmm. And my theory since then is that maybe they were the tops of pyramids that were sunk in underground over time or whatever you want, whatever, I don't know. But that if we're talking about Antiquitech, that would explain what they're there for, is that they're attached to something for a function. What are your views of those things?
We covered melted megaliths, I don't know, a few months back on one of my channels that got taken down. And we were looking at melted obelisks, and that's what they look like to me, is a lot of them look like melted obelisks. What do you think, Shapu?
Yes, obelisk for sure, or big towers of some sort, you know.
Okay, so your theory is that they weren't meant to look like that, and that they're melted. Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's
just our opinion, no.
We just disappointed all the weirdos. We wanted to imagine the Hollywood freaks, anointing them with oil because that's their purpose.
Yeah, right. All right. So, Shapu, you want to get into a screen share?
Sure.
All right, cool. I was looking for my cat, and she's right here behind me sleeping. But I was down there looking for her, like, where's my cat? She's right behind me.
Yeah. Yes. So you wanted me to bring this aqueduct, and we talked about.
Oh, the melted aqueduct. Yes, we got to show her that. Okay. Rose, can you see this?
Wow. So
They didn't build it like this, okay? Do you see the stuff hanging down? You would call those stalactites if you were in a cave.
No, there was a raised ocean moving through the arches for thousands of years. Where
Yeah.
else is there?
That's funny.
Love your theories. They're great.
Can we look up the like sea level of this place and
Look at this melted aqueduct, right? This is admitted an aqueduct, and it's melted, okay?
Yes, and look inside.
Inside what? You see brick amongst the melt.
Oh
Because
my
the whole
god,
thing
that is so freaking cool. Ah, look
Yeah.
at these bricks.
Okay, so what's the other theory, Rose?
Okay, I'll tell you.
I
That
want to hear it.
and then they had OCD and they needed to fill in the holes with bricks.
Oh, I like that one.
With tall ladders and stuff, I guess, right?
Look at the melt on the left-hand side of the brick there. So you got the brick that he's highlighting right now going up and down. And then on the left-hand side is that huge clump of melt. The other side, Shabu.
Oh, yes.
There
yes.
you go. That's the
No,
left.
I was pointing the dripping of the
Yep.
brick. It goes this way, following the curve.
So the outside of the, now look at this melt right here. The outer portion of the arch got melted more than the center portion, which is still holding its brick form. We can still make it out.
Right. So in this heating event, it just melted to a point, and then there was
And solidified. Mid-melt, it solidified. If it would have kept going, it would have melted down and would have just been a blob. They would have said it was an outcropping of rock of some sort.
Yeah.
So someone had to just build an arch here for no reason, apparent reason, I guess.
What if the arch just grew crystals, and then over time crystals had earth over it that then eroded?
Sure.
We can explain it like this because that's what brick do when you overeat them. It turns to a crystal. So it goes that way too, It turns to this.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Oh my gosh. I love it. I want to go there. I love how you're just showing me all these places I know I could never go myself, but I'm lucky enough to see them.
Maybe you could go see this one. No, it's in France.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Wow.
Look at this muffed up melted brick structure right here.
I wonder what used to be around that.
I wonder what it was originally, what it must have looked like originally.
That's
But
what I
it's-
meant. Like, I wonder what the melted away part looked like before.
Yeah. It could have had a whole facade on it, all kinds of stuff. We're seeing the bare bones of it now. There was probably an exterior facade on it, whatever. We can't even really imagine what it looked like at this point. Even if it got melted down more, it would just be a large lump of rock because it would all crush down on itself and melt into one giant form.
This could be like the what she was telling about in Turkey, like the penis-shaped towers. It could have been something like this too, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Saying.
I'll have to, Shapu will have to see my clip. I know Ceiling Fan Man and Jen saw it.
Yeah.
Where we were looking at all different ones from all over the world. They all look the same, just like the pyramids. And I said in the clip that this is more interesting than the pyramids. That these
Look at this though. They got wood holding this thing up, but it's all made of brick and it's all muffed up.
Yeah. You're speaking of these.
Yes.
No, that's actually not. That's one that does look like it, but I'm talking about this other thing that where it's just one in the middle of nowhere, and it looks like they do rituals with it because it's like covered in oil. That's why it's so fun.
Oh, okay.
It sounds like you're talking about linga stones, but
Yes,
I don't.
Lingus
Yeah.
stone.
She is.
But it's a larger set. Do you remember the melted obelisks that we were showing, Shapu? I don't know if you have any of those.
Not in this folder, but
Is that a stupa?
this one, yes, this is a melted stupa. But I compared it to a monument stone in the U.S.
What is that? What is that monument stone in the U.S. supposed to be?
It's supposed to be a natural geological feature.
Where?
In where is this in Utah?
This one, I think it's. I'm not sure if the one in Nebraska or.
It's in the United States, though.
Yes.
I
Because
think
there.
it's a time that they don't show people this stuff growing up. Just the amazing things to see in the earth. I mean, I know that like when I was in high school, the internet was kind of brand new, but still, like they should have been having these things printed out for us. Like show us
This one is
amazing things.
Oh, this is a favorite of mine. I had Shapu do this comparison picture for me. Now that would be out in I think Utah area.
Nebraska.
And then, Nebraska, I'm sorry, Chimney Rock, Nebraska. And then you have the Golden Pagoda Stupa in Miramar. Look at this.
That's amazing. Did anybody else try to wipe that thing off their screen next to the thing on the left side in the sky? Yeah, I tried to wipe that off. It's in the I thought there was something on my screen.
Oh my goodness.
That's incredible. Look at the comparisons.
I know it, dude. I remember when we did these, Shapu, we were looking at them. Remember we first looked at the Chimney Rock, and I'm like, that reminds me of the stupas, the pagodas.
And the cigarettes.
Yeah. No, this is just a comparison of a crater. They say this is a crater, but I compared it with a big city walls.
Yeah, this is a really good one too.
Mm-hmm.
What it could have possibly have looked like before. I love that one.
They would say tree and whatever you want. I don't see it.
And the thing is by looking at pictures like this in comparison, for those people that are believing we live on a flat earth or whatever the shape is, but basically flat, the main proofs are we look at pictures and diagrams and this kind of thing and show videos. It's the same thing. We're proving that by the same way, the only way we have. But we also go boots on the ground to explore these areas. Yes. But it just you either see it or you don't, honestly, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And here you can see the melt. You can see the brick layers within the melt, which they tell us are sedimentary layers, but clearly you see brick there next to a solid, what they would say is a solid geometric, natural geological formation, yet it has got a transition to brick in it right there, there.
That's called a warm hug.
The warm hug. That brick is warmly hugging that natural feature there.
She sees everything like Toontown, where the buildings dance and sing.
Go back down.
What?
This is a really good one too. Yeah, go right there into the center where that brick is. Yeah, right there, that nice brick wall, and then over from it to the right is what they would say is natural sedimentary layers, and then it moves right back into the arches and stuff. Yeah, so it's all brick, all of it. Except some of it is really heat damaged, and there's little portions that are still surviving, and you can make the brick out.
Yes.
So yeah, you can't miss it. It's right there.
I'm so sorry that I keep harping on the sea and the sea level, but like, is the sea level the same over the years? Or?
No, I think the sea level rose after the Great Flood, whatever cooled this down, and a lot of it is still underwater now. If the waters receded more, we'd see a lot more of this stuff. We did a whole show on underwater buildings, all that stuff. Yeah, look at China Wall in Hawaii. If you go to Hawaii and look at China Wall, it's a diving site. They don't call it a wall for no reason. It's a fucking brick wall, but they say it's a natural feature, and they call it China Wall.
And we have like.
Wasn't there one just recently, Jen, we were watching, you sent it to me or whatever it was, they were underwater looking at something, they found a whole bunch of bricks in the ground. in the underwater. It was just recently. You remember that one?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what the video name is.
But we were saying about this flood. Before this flood, the waters, they weren't like salt water and oceans. They were just like probably just fresh lakes some places, but the water level was really lower before this flood, and all of this left us with this seawater filled with mortar salts, and now it's saline water. It's
That's right. Because the mortar crystallized back to salts after it was cooked out. Now look at this example here. This is really interesting. I'll let you explain it, Chapu.
well, just they build a tower, but you can see that they have put bricks nowhere and no use to have bricks.
Oh, look at that. All within the melt, you can see little pockets of brick in there. And you can make them out there nice and clear, too.
Yes.
Yep.
All of this, if they can carve a thing, you think they would have to carve this rock out, but they did.
But see, with our old eyes, we would just focus on the top, the castle, and disregard the stuff below it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Look.
Yeah. So you can see the brick right there. Can you see that, Rose?
I'm looking at that rock monster from the Never-Ending Story. All right.
Nice.
Yes.
So you can see the heat's chewing up from the bottom. The pocket of survival is clearly the tower above, which is the top of whatever this building was, and below it is all melted away.
It does.
It was probably just sinking.
Face. Look at the edge. If a turtle head coming out, do you see it like the Never-Ending Story? Now that I got to thinking about the Never-Ending Story, I see a turtle face of the main protrusion right there. Maybe it's just it's cute to me.
It's a cute brick turtle that's melted.
Yeah. Or we could argue it was an asteroid just rammed into that building.
An asteroid from space
with brick.
With brick on it, yes.
Space bricks.
An asteroid made of brick, maybe. Yeah. Hey, they had a meteor made of diamonds like a couple of years ago, so why not?
So look at this here. This is an all muffed up, melted building. If it was melted down more, they'd probably say it was a natural feature, but it's clearly was some type of structure, no doubt. You can see the brick in it. They would be called sedimentary layers if it was melted down more.
Yeah, where the little windows are, I wonder if that was for ventilation purposes or...
They were probably larger at one point, Rose. We're seeing the melted down version of it. So these holes tend to close up on themselves and get smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
It's like when you squish a s'more.
Before could have been also for like putting your weapon out of... Or I don't know, maybe wait, are we saying that it's poppycock, any of these were ever military forts and that's just silly?
Yes.
Formation narrative. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they were forts. I think they had another purpose on the grid system. It was a significant purpose. And when you look at the old star fort diagrams, they're absolutely just heavenly looking to me.
Yeah.
Beautiful. They had another functionality and incorporated water in it for sure. It wasn't for moats or protection or whatever like that. I think it had some kind of functionality to the grid system itself in that area.
I think the housed in the star fort that I went to without knowing it was a star fort in the Netherlands. It was supposed to be fortified in 1200. And oh my goodness, the cannons, although to
stay on that picture,
the cannons looked out of place. It looked like a very peaceful, wonderful town, and the cannons there just seemed like someone just dumped them there.
Yeah, like they're props. That's what they are for the historical narrative. They put out these props of cannons and stuff.
They were used for another thing than shooting. Because I've made a video, and they tried to shoot cannons. Then with the Smithsonian Institute, they tried cannons, and they're not really accurate, and they don't do much damage, and you cannot shoot that from that far, and it wasn't concluding the historical version of cannons and what they showed doesn't make sense at all.
In fact, with Martin Linkey, we've shown there's what do you call cannons through vibrations and sound waves. And
sound frequency cannons, yeah.
That's what they use. Yeah.
So here we have.
Did you ever think that I'm sorry, but did you ever think all the stage things that go on every year, the Civil War stagery, and you know how there's a whole thing where they get dressed up and they do that
reenactment.
Can they just take those pictures and then rehash them and put them in the new books and say, look, here's photos.
No, I think that they do. What they do is they do those reenactments to reinforce the narrative into people's minds, to make it an anchor memory. You know, they anchor it by doing that.
What I'm saying is right now in our current history, when you look, we've covered it. We've covered it in the Civil War.
Oh yeah, well the pictures
photos. They always look like they're just walked off of a soundstage. They're never fighting.
I mean, the picture quality is so clear and amazing when you look at these supposed old photos from the Civil Wars and stuff like that, or earlier stuff other than World War I. I mean, the quality is amazing. It's like they were using cameras from today and just turned it black and white. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I'm theorizing. So, because all the action scenes are always drawings, cartoons, right? And then the rest of them, maybe they're taking good shots of these Civil War reenactments and then black and whiting them and sepatoning them and throwing them out there. You know what I mean?
I could tell you Mr. T's all over those pictures, so I wouldn't be surprised.
one thing I like to say about this, it's if I take a camera from 1800s and take a picture today with people dressed as the same way, is it a picture from today or a picture from 1800s? You know, it's the same camera.
That's very true.
Right.
I like that.
And the other thing you notice, a lot of those old photos, you don't see a lot of sky. There's it's just like blank.
Vanilla.
Yeah. There's sky. Yeah.
It can be the exposure, or they have whited out. It's easy to do in the
and they had Photoshop in the 1800s too.
Yes, you can change when you make it from the negative to a real picture. You can blur spots and you can make add things to your picture while you print it on the paper. You know, I've done it. You know, I've tried it.
Yeah.
That thing on the screen looks melted as F.
Right? Melted as fuck.
You can just see it bending.
Okay, yeah, you can see it slumping over on itself as it was melting. It solidified mid-melt, which stopped it, and when it solidified, it stayed in the position it's in. Now, the top portion of it looks like what you would call just regular mountain. In the middle portion of it, we have pockets of survival and stuff.
What is the purpose of the scaffolding?
Yeah, I'm wondering that too.
I'm not sure what they're trying to do over there on that side.
They're trying to study it.
They might be trying to refurbish some of it, though. But clearly, you can see that this is a melted building with windows and doors and rooms and stuff.
Well, look at the little building in the corner, and then look, maybe they're adding on to it, and they just want to, make it bigger to fill up that whole hole.
Zoom in where the scaffolding is, because I'm seeing brick pattern in there. Zoom up a little. Yeah, right there, but above the scaffolding on the left-hand side, I saw a nice patch up a little further. Right there. Look at that brick right there. Look at that. That's a little pocket of survival through there. That's amazing right there. Look at the windows. I mean, it was made of brick and it melted.
Yes. But they always do refurbish.
You just see the progression. You can see how
places, I will show you.
You're right, ceiling fan. You can see the progression of melt here. You can almost see it happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right?
And the bottom portion of it is melted down in a way. This building could have been way more massive than it is, standing upright, not slumped over on its side. But the bottom part of it's melted away now. That's that ground right there with all the dirt on it. You're walking over a melted building. You don't know where ground level is.
Is it possible that the two X Factor events, like one from 500 years ago and then another one from 200 years ago?
Who knows?
I don't know. It's definitely from an X Factor event, though. An extreme heat event did that.
Yeah. No one can tell you the date or how many, but we can tell you something happened.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. There's no denying that something happened there. Yeah. And when you see that in all the other locations that we show across the plain, plus our boots on the ground footage from many people across the plain who are looking at this now, because whether people want to admit it or not, there's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of meltologists out there. We could prove
And
it.
Rose,
Yeah.
oh, sorry. No, I was going to say it's kind of the same thing of like when you figure out the globe is a lie. We don't know the size of the earth or the exact shape. God says it's circular and it's on pillars, but other than that, we know there's depth to it. But are we ever going to know those things? No. Does it, I hate to say, does it matter? Because that's what they always say to us. But in the great scheme of things, just knowing we don't live in that lie, it does, that's the thing that matters the most. And just proving that there was some type of event or multiple events with an unknown source of heat or energy that we don't understand, that just tells you it's real. If it happened before, it could happen again. So that's what I get out of it. Trying to figure out how many times it happened or what year or how. We might not ever know that answer, but it's one that's not necessary, is the way I see it on that anyway.
Yes.
Yeah. And what I think is that each X Factor event, whatever is already muffed up, gets more muffed up and melted down. You know what I mean? Like this might have survived the last one, but the next one, or this could have been a more recent one, but the building we just looked at prior could have been from 2 X Factors ago. I don't know. But clearly they have heat damage signatures all over them. There's only one thing that could do this to these buildings made of brick, and that's heat, extreme heat, upwards of 6,000, maybe 10,000 degrees.
Yes.
And our current handlers don't want us to build anything that lasts long because just a windstorm knocks our stuff over. And yet these things lasted hundreds, thousands of years or whatever.
Look at this. There's a melted building right there. You can see how you can see the brick in it. There's no doubt about that. You can also see how it's running down itself. The brick's running down over itself.
Wow. So beautiful. I remember when I was young in LA, in Los Angeles, just like right in the middle of like the canyon, we used to go on hikes. There was this place called Eagle Rock, I remember. And there's even a picture of me that went down the memory hole with Facebook. I think I was like 12 years old, and I was like I was actually sitting in what you would call a pocket of survival.
Nice.
Nice.
I gotta find that. It's gotta someone in my family has to have it because it's a young picture. I can't believe my Facebook profile was deleted. But if you guys look up here, can I link something in the private chat?
Yeah, Shapu will be able to bring it up.
Okay, I'm going to link Eagle Rock, and this is somewhere in LA that I used to hike to with my dad and my sister. And then also another thing, Shapu, that I'd love you to look at since you're not familiar with it. It's one of my favorite places in the whole world, Half Dome in Yosemite. And then the thing about Yosemite is there's a valley, and there's also El Capitan and Glacier Point and Mirror Lake and Yosemite Falls and all these parts of Yosemite that are so fascinating. I'm just gonna send you the Google image search for the Half Dome. And sometimes at certain times of year, at sunrise or sunset, it's completely pink. Half Dome is. It's so great.
Nice.
Wow.
So I just sent you the first link is Eagle Rock, and then the second link is a Google search for Half Dome. But I'm back to looking at what you're showing here. Oh yeah, look at that melt in between the arches, where they just they picked out that rock for that.
No, this is the covering, because all of these things had like a plastic covering over them.
Right, Rose. So what you're seeing there, that white spot, is part of the plastering or the whitewash coating that they put over, like Fort Jefferson and all these forts and stuff. We see them in their regular brick form now, but if you look closely, they all had a white coating over it. This is like an insulator for the brick, and bricks are supercapacitors. Keep that in mind. These are components. The building is the tech. It's not just a fort or, the building itself has a functionality, and it needs, a lot of the buildings had this whitewashing coating over it. And you're seeing a little spot of it that's still on there. The whole coating didn't melt off on this one particular section.
Got it. So in this case, I had it backwards, where that's like less melted than the other spots. And it's funny because today we look at bricks and we're like, oh, how beautiful. But back then it was just part of the functionality. And so they were actually covering up the bricks layer, whereas we were.
All right. Stay right there, Shapu. Zoom back in on that spot you were just in. Remember we were just showing the grain growth and the bubble experiment and stuff, and we were explaining how these certain bricks get ballooned out and bigger than the rest. That's what you're seeing there in this wall. This pattern of heat damage right here is the grain growth.
What that is.
Because to me,
Explain it.
the only explanation could be that, because otherwise you're telling me that they painstakingly stuck random rocks in a fortress that
In a
you're
brick
supposed
wall.
to be, you're going to protect. A fortress is
Survival,
supposed to
CFM.
fortify the kingdom.
They
Yeah,
have to
they-
close the holes or else the
Pebbles
bombs
and
are going to
shit?
get through. They have to. They had to close every single hole with bricks so the bullets and the cannon stuff can't go through.
Yeah, but no,
but
those are random rocks. They're
Yeah.
just random rocks.
but to be able to put this covering on top of it, it's got to be smooth like all bricks, because this way it's just too long to do it.
But look on the
needs to be
inside,
smooth.
still it's perfect brick on the inside of the arch.
Right.
It's
Yes.
so
Because
cool.
it formed like some kind of arc, literal,
The
and
arc-
whatever electrical event or whatever you want to call it went around that one spot,
Yes.
pocket of survival. Most of the bridge area is intact. It's the stuff around it seemed to
Yes,
go.
the arches are always the most intact, and the round, I guess, because the weight is more distributed, like I said, the piezoelectric effect to propagate this electricity discharge. But in the arches, it's evenly distributed, so it doesn't affect it as much as other places.
And maybe that would explain why that is a spot where you still see the white covering.
Yes, or they have like refurbished it later because they did it a lot of places. You really need to look at the places that you look, because look, this is a castle in Poland, Bobolis. This is what it looked like in the 90s. All of this, it's all one part. They don't know what they do, but now today, look, they have tried to redone it the way they thought that it was, but actually all of this was the castle too. They don't know that. They just tried to
Right.
do it again. They did that thing in a lot of places, like this. This is the 1800s, the same place today. They just
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, they did like something around it.
Where is that?
I think this is I'm not sure, Afghanistan, someplace like that.
Look at those windows crushed in. They look like
Yes.
little, Swiss cheese
Yes.
holes.
Supposed to be.
How do they explain the holes with the sedimentary layer?
No, they don't dare, because they don't even touch. They know it's a building. Here they say it's an old tower like Babel, or in this a big temple. They say it was a building.
So if you got like a PhD geologist on here and just showed them random pictures to ask which of these is a building and which of these is a mountain, I wonder how many they would get right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
I have this video. You remember CFM? I've made it like some kind of quiz. Is it a mountain or a building?
I like that.
That was
Yeah.
fun, that one.
Yeah.
You can see like this is what in the 1800s, only the top, but now today they have uncovered all of this unhurted, and they have refurbished like the stairs.
For
I don't
tourism.
understand if it was think of this, guys. With the globe narrative, if it was sedimentary layers, then wouldn't we see dinosaur bones sticking out of the mountains?
Yeah, right.
Dinosaurs were real, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure what to say about that.
Okay, this is a good example of the grain growth.
Oh.
You can see regular brick in this wall surviving, but you can also see how it was all brick and it ballooned out and melted into the next one over, just like we showed in the experiment and the comparison photo of the grain growth and the bubble experiment and polygonal walls. This almost went full polygonal.
Yes.
Just to play along with the narrative of the way we were taught. Someone went up there and cut little bricks and mortared them into those little spots.
That's what
Randomly.
they will say. That's
Right above that guy's head. Yeah, and that little, and above there, that little spot, that. Why?
Exactly.
Because it was bothering them. It was
And look at it up there.
Oh my God, little tiny bricklets.
It looks identical to the grain growth thing in the bubble experiment. Do you have that picture still up, Shapu, at all on any of your tabs? I just want to compare the two real quick. There you go.
No,
Boom, baby.
or this
There you
one.
go.
That's it.
Look,
With
see
different
how?
stages
Yes.
of the green growth. Imagine this all bricks, certain bricks just popped up. I've got like is it this one, the same thing here. There's no different sizes. You can
It's
see
the
like
wall
this.
we're looking at right there.
Yeah.
It's got the big bricks and then the little bricklets in it. Yep.
Yes. Full
Big-
recrystallization, like you see everywhere, and this is like in the Maya. Sorry.
Thank you.
The Mayan.
Yeah, don't say the end. The end's gone. Anybody that still thinks
No,
it's Maya.
I should have bought the book today. I went to the store and there was the story of the Mayan.
Yeah, you can write to the publisher and say they got it wrong. There's no
They
end.
got it wrong. Yes. So where was I? We can click anywhere like this, just like what fell down in the volcano.
Oh my goodness. It's like, wow. It's like the tip flipped over into itself.
Yes. And you can see that this is from the top, and you can see now it doesn't look like brick, looks like someone just cut it up, but this is the piece of it. And this, another example of how thick these brick walls were.
Look at that.
And so it's like shrinky dink. So we have to imagine that the inner area would have been much bigger if we're going to imagine like the rooms inside, right?
Yes.
Now it's all condensed in. So if I was to just punch a hole into it, I would be grabbing out just more dirt and brick. I wouldn't be able to make out any windows or anything, just because the outside there's no windows. So the inside there'd just be nothing left, right?
Well, it's not always that case. Sometimes on the inside there is rooms of survival, or they're like a little opening here and there. Sometimes this is what all the cavers are going through. All these long caves and stuff like that. They're all just the interiors of buildings, parts that didn't close up all the way.
Right. No, yeah, you mentioned that. But I mean, in this particular picture, like this wouldn't be a good option for trying to like investigate inside because it looks so condensed, right?
No. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it looks like the wall slumped over, but there was some kind of room there. It's not melted down so much that it has all of its closed. There's some kind of room back there. It looks like the wall's broken away, but a lot of these places were thick with brick. They were talking layer upon layer upon layer upon layer of brick. You see that in the star forts. You see that in that place we just showed on our last show, Shapu, with the 130 million bricks that they made.
Oh yes, Waka, where I've got a picture of it. Waka del Sol.
Yeah, John Levy just covered it on his latest episode too, right after we did our live stream about it. I thought that was pretty interesting. This place here, 130 million supposed adobe bricks, but clearly this was a red brick building. It's just cooked out to the point now where they say it's adobe because that's all they can say. And they have to say that it was multi civilizations that built upon this thing. That's why there's layer upon layer upon layer of brick. But this was a huge component on the grid system. If you have something this massive made of red brick, and red bricks are supercapacitors, well, guess what? You have a giant supercapacitor sitting right here. It's not a temple. It's not a tomb. It's not a fortification. It's a component on the grid system. It's not meant to be lived in.
No.
Look at how thick with brick this place is, Rose. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
You can see the outer shell of it is melted more than the inner shell of it.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I saw John Levy cover this, and I'm like, yeah, I think he's watching our stuff. We just covered this place. We're talking about the whole thing. That's a good example of the grain growth. Yeah, look at that.
And you can see here the bricks.
It's a conglomeration of bricks. We were climbing over stuff like that right there.
Yeah, we were.
Oh my gosh.
You were too, yes.
So, oh, look at that one dandelion. Isn't that gorgeous? The one dandelion.
See, nature always finds a way.
Yeah, beautiful.
I like that.
And just look at the drips around the side. See, there's huggy mountains and huggy drips.
That next one though is really drippy. Look at this.
Look
If
at
you saw
that.
this underwater, they would say it was coral rock.
Yes.
Right.
That's so corally that I just feel like that was underwater.
No, it's just cooked out. They have a
There
secret.
isn't one case of it being previously underwater. Like,
Even if it was underwater, water wouldn't have done this to it. It's cooked out. You're going to find all this kind of stuff underwater. It's just more cooked out buildings.
Because look, if this is what underwater, this whole village would have been underwater too, you know.
And again, written about more than once in the Bible that there are cities or people that live underwater or did.
What do you mean living? Like with gills?
Well, it wouldn't be people like you think of people, whatever they
You mean
are.
like the mer people?
Like fallen ones, that whatever you call those creatures, the politicians.
Look at this multi-level melted building right here. That's amazing. Look at that. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floors right there. You can see in the melt.
Think of all the people that have lived and died as, rock climbers, and they never once in their life thought I might be climbing an old building.
No, I bet some of them climbed halfway up a mountain and found a fucking brick sticking out of the wall, probably wondering what the fuck that thing's doing there.
No. One of the mountain climbers had OCD and brought the brick to put it in that spot, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, he's going to make a windbreaker out of it.
That's just about the heaviest flag.
What is that?
Here.
Is that a melted red brick ball right there?
Come on, because that's so perfectly shaped and spherical that now I feel like we have to come up with an explanation for this. Like, what would cause this perfect circular shape? That is more weird than anything else.
It was built that way, and then it
This was
melted.
probably a part of some sort of building.
Like an oven, some type, maybe a pizza oven.
Look at behind the ball. Go up behind the ball is amazing.
We have more building.
It's creepy, but back. So the circle, the sphere circle, maybe that was just a bigger one, and then the heat condensed it down, and the top part. So would the top part be more melted than the bottom part?
Well, let's say this ball was up much higher. Whatever it's sitting on is melted down and flattened out. You can see that the ball itself survived pretty much, but the heat from the bottom of the ball, the bricks expanded more. And as you move up the ball, you can see they get smaller and smaller, and still some of the red is staying at the very top of the ball. So this ball didn't get the heat like the rest of the building that it's sitting on below it that's melted away, whatever it was on. It was up much higher before.
Yeah.
This is a little pocket of survival.
What about the ball? See, behind it, in the cool building behind it, what if it was on top of that and it just fell over and been plopped onto that older building below?
It could have fell off and popped.
Yeah, it probably came off the top, whatever it was.
But it's definitely not as heat damaged as the other thing. So it's, to me, I feel like it was up higher at one point during the melt.
But it didn't grow that way. We can all agree.
I showed this because everything like
those
these,
grew that way.
yeah, you see these pillars were all bricks. You can see inside. Look,
Oh my gosh, is that in Rome?
this one, no, it's I think it's in Greece. Yes.
So even the pillars that we think are giant pillars, underneath of it all is brick. It has to be brick. You have to understand how the old world was made. It was made like a grid system, and all at the base of it all is brick.
Yes. Yes. Look, I don't know.
Look at this. Look at the melt here.
I don't even know.
Who's putting brick under this melted stuff? I mean, was the melted stuff floating in the air, and they just decided to put brick underneath of it to hold it up?
This is just crazy. I know.
That was their ancient art.
The boulders were flying around after an explosion and just landed on top of those perfectly.
Well, all right.
Hey, I'm asking anyone to come up with a better explanation for my
I
wonderful
can't.
theory.
That's the thing. Yours sound great because I have no other explanation other than the X Factor.
What?
Yours are at least plausible.
What?
Okay, yeah, that's weird. They put a chimney in there for random reasons.
I don't know. I don't know why would you do this and this. You know,
We had a few extra bricks. I'll go cram in that little. It might fall on me. Don't worry about it. We've got ocean.
All carving. We need brick right here.
Yeah.
doesn't make sense at all.
Look at those curved etchings in that one side that wrap all the way around. What do you think of that? And how at the bottom, look how it's like stretching out with those peaks.
Like a column peaks. Yeah, I see them. No, that's probably the exterior coating, outer layer of the building itself. The inner layer is made of brick. You have the outer facades and the inner layers that are brick. You can see that all over Petra.
Yes.
Remember you said you were going to start with Petra. We haven't even, it's three hours later. We never looked at it.
All right, Chiku, do you have any Petra pictures? Let's take her to Petra.
Right after the next one.
Oh, look, it's Petra. And look at that doorway. It's a janky melted doorway right there. And you can see the brick and you can see the mortar lines as well, squishing out. They say that's sandstone. They say it's red sandstone. It's just red brick.
In the atmosphere of that year of brick.
What's that? It's what?
I don't know. I'm just trying to explain the colors to myself.
Did you see the mortar lines in that picture, though, Rose? You could see the mortar lines coming out. See them squishing out around the doorway and around her head and stuff. You could still make out the brick patterns, no problem.
Except in some places where it's more melted.
Exactly. And see, the doorway would have been perfect, but it's being pushed down. It's getting warped out of shape because the weight of the building's melting down.
Poor lady tore her pants that she doesn't even know.
She paid extra money for that. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay, now look at this. So hold on. Let me go back to my previous cognitive bias. See a mountain, and these people went up there, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, let's chisel it out." And for all those people that are asking how it can be done with the chisel, they used a magnifying glass and sun rays to cut the stone. What do you think?
That's interesting.
All right.
Yeah.
And then how they cart away all the excess mountain, I guess, slowly.
I don't know.
Everything behind this thing is completely melted. You could see it. And they say they're sedimentary layers, but you're following the brick layer lines across.
Ooh, what is that? A door? Can you zoom in on that thing?
Yeah, this is the chambers, you know. One door here, one door, a window, but the top.
just to go to the other side of that. So like Rose is saying, let's say you use a sun ray because we agree that they have that capability, and you melt it away and you aimed it and chiseled out that thing perfectly. Where's all the stuff that melted down in front of it, like in front there where you're pointing? Where did it all go?
Where they took the Twin Towers. They had a huge effort to just get rid of the demolition.
Well, don't forget that one plane that landed in the ground and disappeared.
We're all together with Kanye. Oh no, wait, that guy's still alive. Who's the guy that died supposedly? I don't know. We'll say David Bowie and
it's what's his name again?
The guy
the Black Mamba. Yes.
Oh, Kobe.
Yes, Kobe gathered the debris, and
look at how melted it is right there. Look at that melt right there. That's amazing. And throughout Petra, you can see melted steps everywhere.
Yes.
When it comes to the melted steps, when I used to look at those, I would just think of over hundreds of years, just people walking up and down them, and
that's the narrative for them. That is exactly the narrative.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Rose: How come none of our steps? How come none of our steps are melted looking? Because all of us, thousands of people over hundreds of years, go over these steps and stuff that we use today, and none of them look like this.
Like this, Rose.
Oh yeah, a river went down those steps for hundreds of years.
That's
mainly built for it.
Yeah, Petra's a very arid place.
No, this one's not in Petra because she was talking about the stairs, and I saw it like this one. Look.
Oh, okay, I thought we were still in Petra here.
I don't know what happened here.
But Petra is a very arid place, though, and it's got melted steps everywhere in it.
It's so beautiful. I just love
Look at
it.
the floor. The what's on the floor is all brick. It's all melted. They call that what today cobblestone, but we actually had flat brick roads back in the day. There weren't bumpy cobblestone roads. You would never build a road like that and have perfectly brick houses on either side. The heat came up from the bottom.
Design.
You wouldn't drive your cart and horse down a bumpy road. You would have a nice smooth road to go down.
I know. Nobody wants an aching tuchus.
Right. And think about all the things you're hauling in carts and stuff with your horses, whatever, that's bouncing around, breaking, it's a stupid design.
Oh, gorgeous. Where's that supposed to be? Is like the Grand Canyon or New Mexico?
This is Petra again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would have always assumed that there was like a river there millions of years ago.
See these little apertures that he was just circling? Look at the windows, archways and stuff. These are all little pockets of survival throughout here, this building that didn't close up through the melt.
Look at this arch.
The arch right there.
A search to find out what the mainstream narrative does to explain the windows.
They say people carved it. Like this. This is a melted building right here. They'll say that they carved this. This is near Mount Lakesh, which is a pyramidal.
100 years ago or 1,000 years ago, who's carving these random holes? Do they know who and when?
Oh, they say that the ancient people who lived in these areas carved this stuff out, and that's usually the narrative that they give, and then partially adobe bricked it up and stuff. But you can see that this was some type of building and that it's melted.
Yeah, wow.
Do they still use some of these pockets of survival? Absolutely, especially if it involves tourism. Look at that. Mm-hmm. Nobody's carving out janky, weird windows and doorways. This is the pressure of the building melted down, and those are not pickaxe marks right there. Those are heat striations in the wall from the heat rising through the building.
Oh, look at that.
And then in certain places, they'll build a little, like we saw, a little house, little shack, whatever in there to use it. But
they always call it red sandstone. It's just melted red brick with quartz crystal in it, which is the mortar.
You see in this one, you see the rock curtain that the top part just flowed on top of this one. You can see it. This line is
emo bangs.
Emo bangs. And under that, you can see the red and white lines in that little open area there, right there. That white part is the crystallized mortar. You can see the mortar and the brick mixed in together there. It's melting together, and the quartz, the mortar has turned to quartz crystal now. Look at that melt right there. Yeah, you just circled it. That's rock curtaining down over itself, where it's starting to look like a smooth surface. It's flowing down over itself. And part of it is the outer exterior molding as well, where you can see a faint brick pattern underneath of it, but it's still kind of covered up a little bit. It's because the exterior molding is just a thin layer of it left there on it from the melt. It's not as thick as it was.
Yes, you can punch a hole through it.
Melted steps right there. Look at the melted steps. Above those ones there, there's melted ones going up there. Yep. Now they fixed up a couple of them here, probably for tourists, so they don't fall because there's tourism here. But look at the brick pattern right there, right there. Look at that. That's brick. It's not red sandstone, guys.
Yeah.
Boom, baby.
Especially how they're layered together in that way.
Motherfucker.
Exactly. Oh, look at that puppy.
You know what's interesting, Jen? You made a comment to me earlier today about in Genesis where God laid the foundations of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And so, so you even said, hey, what if the foundation's brick, Well, the people that we call the handlers or whatever you want to call that's running this thing, the Freemasons, the Masons, the bricklayers, it's like it's been in our face the whole time. They've been joking around that we didn't even realize that everything's got bricks under it, basically. We live on top of an old world that got ravished in some way.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look at
It's
this
just
melt
wow.
right there.
It just pops in my head like, wow, it's always been there.
That's right. It seems like that's the case. At the base of everything, it's brick. And brick is made of clay. God made Adam from clay. You know what I mean? He made the earth. The earth is clay. It's brick. It was all brick. Because these are not sedimentary layers. They're not sedimentary layers, what we're looking at. We're looking at brick lines.
Aaron James is in the chat quoting multiple places in the Bible where it talks about bricks. Interesting.
That's cool, Aaron. I'm going to have to check that out.
How do you say brick in Hebrew, Italian, and Greek? Now I got to know. You guys should know. Let's look it up.
Yes, I'll look it up.
Look at this. Look at this cooked out building right here. Wow. And a little pocket of survival of brick right there.
Wow.
Once you understand the levels of heat damage, you'll better understand what it is you're looking at when you see these with this type of stuff, things that we call mountains and such. Gorges, valleys, cave systems and stuff. And we've lied to about everything, and that includes everything that is around us, not just what we're living on. They've lied about everything. And I know that's
we're gonna say that they've lied about everything but geology. I mean, come on,
or but volcanology, but they've lied about everything but archaeology. They haven't lied about it. They lied about everything, but they didn't lie about the historical timeline. No, all those characters are real.
Now we sound like the people walking around believing the thing going on, you know?
Oh yeah, the Earth's flat, but you think the whole Earth's flat? All of it? All of it's flat? Have you been through the whole Earth and know that it's all flat?
No, I was talking about even that, like the people that when the government told them they need to do something, and they said, okay, now the same government says they don't need to do it, then they're like, well, I don't trust you anymore. So it's like, it doesn't even make sense anymore. We can't even explain it. Though if you don't see it, you can't see it, or you choose not to.
This is all melted buildings here. And that's not an exaggeration. I've shown the proof over and over again. Within all this layers, you can find brick. You can find the brick pattern, the melted mortar. You can find pockets of survival everywhere. Even in the most destroyed mountains, you can still make out the layering of the brick.
And Rose, that's why I wanted to show you those first pictures in that old book, where it showed you the size of the cities and how gigantic they were.
Yes.
So then when you look at these, you can understand why the whole mountain on some of these was the building.
Yeah. Look at that heat transition.
Yes. This one is not affected at all, but look.
Yeah, that's some sloppy bricklaying right there. It's like whoever the good team was got fired or died, and then they had to fill in. They went to the local place that you pick up people and you throw them in the back of the trailer and you fill this wall.
Yeah, it's really weird how it behaves. You know, it doesn't touch this part, but this part it didn't make it. You know?
You still there, Rose?
Oh yeah, and I'm just looking at I didn't know if you guys were hearing me. I was trying to ask a few questions a couple pictures ago.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I don't remember anymore. But if you go back to what we were just looking at a second ago, or we could just continue. I mean, I'm just blown away by all of this stuff. Oh yeah, right here. So do you think that it's basically just the placement and the architecture of the arches that preserved those cylindrical?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
It seems like arches made out really well during the X Factor event. We see more pockets of survival of arches than anything.
And that goes and see on Encroachable 7, we're always talking about the angles of sorrow being 90-degree angles and the angles of joy being more like triangles and spheres. And so no wonder that they want everyone living in rectangles and boxes and apartment complexes and prefabbed homes.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
You know, there's some prefabbed homes. I forgot where I saw this, but I was mortified because this is no joke. This is actually really fucked up, where the people were going around looking at these houses being sold for like $250,000. But a guy who actually was a mason, not necessarily Freemason, but a stone worker, like who had experience with this, he goes in and looks at them as they're being built. And like if someone just lit a cigarette and fell asleep, like the whole house would burn down. Like there's just no way, like they're just really, really badly made structures that, let's just say, you know, how we're seeing all this weather modification and all these fire events. Any of these new prefab, supposedly nice $250,000, $300,000 homes that are getting built can seriously just be like, I'm gonna huff and puff and blow your house down. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Sad.
We have the temporary buildings. They try to tell us the World's Fair were temporary buildings. No, we live in temporary structures. Oh, here's a good one. This is a sewer system, or is this one of the mines, Shapu?
This is a mine.
Okay, they say that this is a mine. Okay, it looks identical to the sewer systems we were looking at. It looks also like Ape Cave, and you can see the transition of melt here throughout this thing.
See, remember, Jen, we looked at those walls in the ape caves, and they had that yellowish goo or whatever too, and the drips, and we thought it was bats. And then we came out of the caves, and I looked it up, and there's never been bats in there, and it was actually embedded in the wall. We were looking at the same stuff, weren't we?
Yes, we were.
Look at that. Go back. That was cool.
Go back a picture.
That was a bubbling.
Yeah, you can see the grain growth here.
Yeah.
So the little tiny bricklets in between.
And so if I understand correctly, if it had been more heated in this location, we would have seen a more smooth, you know, hexagonal, and there wouldn't be seeing the little bricks as much. Yes. They would be, you know, kind of exploded out.
Correct.
Bubbled out, I guess you would say.
Yes.
Got it.
Very good, Rose. Very good.
And sometimes they do turn to slate like this. They break and get off like that. And they will say it's slates. It's a slate mine or slate something, but
slate rock, yeah.
It was all part of bricks breaking down.
Different levels of heat make the brick transition differently. Some of it turns to slate. It depends on the materials used in that location and the brick too, as well. But look at here. Look at here. Nobody's going to build a wall like this. This is exactly what we're talking about with that grain growth. This stopped at this certain level, but if it would have kept going, it would have went polygonal.
Yeah, because that makes no sense. There's no way anyone would build a wall like this. There's no way.
And that it's still standing today. It's because it's solidified together. It's all melted together. It can't ever come apart unless you totally destroy it down like with a bulldozer or something.
Yeah, it actually got tougher together. Yeah.
Yes.
In this case, though, I'm seeing that even the original building perhaps had two different sizes of bricks.
There could be, yes. In some cases, the Roman made thinner bricks to put in between the bigger bricks, yes.
And that could have affected this particular, what we're seeing here is close to the right, we see larger stone / bricks, whatever you want to call them. And then on the left side, you see the red, smaller bricks, and in between you've got the bubbling out.
But you got to know that these blocks are the covering.
This is an outer facade, just like on the left-hand side. On the left-hand side, you can see the line of facade going up the wall here.
You can see
here. So yeah, thanks for pointing out, because it does seem like those stones would be thicker, but then when you look to the left, you can see just how thin they could be to be covering up the inner layer.
Up on the top of those is the red one. Very top right, there's a red brick you can see has no covering.
Right. And on the very left-hand side of the picture, you can see the facade running up the wall. On the very, yeah, there you go, Shapu. That's the facading on the outside. Underneath this brick, you can see it.
But I think Shapu was also like saying that the other side that I was saying was a different size of brick was the facade.
Yeah.
Well.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're only seeing half the facade on the left-hand side. That's why it looks like little squares going up the wall there, but it's larger too as well. Like longer.
I've got some of them that you see the facade and some places it's off. But,
okay, now I want to point something out here. When you see the red brick and then you see that gray brick mixed in with it, let's zoom in on the gray brick and the red brick right there. Yeah. Okay, now the brick hasn't changed form. It's still brick shaped, but it's gone gray. They call that in masonry, they call them dead bricks. Bricks are batteries. And when a battery dies, they call it a dead battery. These are called dead bricks. I find that very interesting. And also there's grain growth happening all through this wall here.
You can see that these.
And the other thing is, this is probably just the very top of whatever giant building that's underneath the ground that you can't even see after. Yeah, it just it keeps going.
Yes.
Yeah, so the conglomeration of gray bricks would have gone clumped up together and turned out like the other clump of right there that you're circling, but it hadn't done that in that location yet. It only did it in those locations so far. The heat was taken away. I'm sure if it kept going, this whole thing would look like a polygonal, like the bottom there, right there. It would all look like that if the heat kept going up this thing. And even over there on that next wall. Yeah, look at it.
Wouldn't it be awesome if we could all go and do a dig at one of these places ourselves?
Yeah.
But we can't because, it's not our property.
Go back to that last picture. Go back 2 pictures ago. There you go. In our study and our research into meltology and the scientific evidence that we're trying to look at and verbalize and explain this stuff completely, I feel that the grain growth and everything that Shapu's brought out with that in the microscopic level, taking it to the macro level here on this wall and in our world that we live in today, it completely explains everything. There's no other way that you can explain a wall like this.
I can't even try it. You know how hard I've been trying for the past 4 hours.
I love you, Rose. Thank you for coming on with us. I really appreciate this.
Oh my gosh.
There's been so much controversy over this topic as of late. And,
the big deal is I don't know why it wouldn't be acceptable to want to understand what's going on here. I mean, that's all I care about is trying to figure shit out. And maybe I just don't know enough about, the artistry of how people built stuff. But I mean, this is one of those situations where you just look at it and that something is not right.
Yes.
Correct. And that's it. That's all we ask. We live in that spot of something doesn't look right, and then we'll just deal with it and try to figure it out.
Yeah, and once you realize that extreme heat is involved, well, that opens up a whole nother can of worms of questions, So, I mean, we're trying to back engineer this whole thing and figure out what happened. But clearly extreme heat was involved. That's without a doubt. Extreme heat was involved in this event.
Look at that.
And I take this just the same way I do the other subjects we talk about, Mandela and all that. I look at this as saying, okay, this happened. It could happen again. And so let's say someone doesn't listen to any of the parts I talk about, maybe Bibles and Revelation, all that. Just know that everyone, including the people running this place, want a reset of some kind. And we all talk about how we're heading towards some catastrophes. So just know that this is a potential thing and, prepare accordingly. That's all you can do.
Mentally. I mean, I don't think there's anything you can do physically to prepare.
No.
Right?
No. Well, that's where your faith comes in. That's the difference between that and religion. I don't believe in religion.
Yeah, that's where the whole get right with God thing comes in. You better get right with God.
It has nothing to do with the religion. None.
Yeah, spiritually, you need to be right with this. So the X factor, that when God's judgment comes, you want to be on the right side of things.
I think the government is going to try to get people to go underground or something into their metaverse to escape the quote unquote aliens. Like they're going to pull off a fake alien invasion to try to get people who are so afraid and then to go into their world while everyone else who is prepared can come out the other side. But maybe there is no other side. I don't know. So yeah, explain to me what's going to happen afterwards. If this is the last one or if there's cycles.
Oh, well, we don't know. I think this might be the final judgment that's coming up because I think that the millennial reign of Christ has already passed. We're in the short season of Satan, and I think we're at the end of the short season of Satan. I don't think there's much time left. And get your oil lamps ready because I think something's coming, and it's going to be coming like a thief in the night.
I agree with everything you said. Other than we now live in the little season pizza, because that's been changed.
But what we didn't look at the 2 links that I put in the private chat for Shapu.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Right. Oh, and I also posted that one. You want to see how CPU looks when you melt it? It's kind of interesting.
Oh, yeah. So we have 2 links to show.
All right.
I mean, mine you can put it at like 1.5 speed. It's only like 3 minutes, but I thought it was interesting how it melts.
Absolutely.
No faces. There we are. This has been a fun show.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't been highlighting anything in the chats because my computer's acting all wonky. And when I click on something, things go glitchy and stuff. So I apologize. I know we have about 80 people here right now. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. And we still have probably another half hour to go. And then we're probably going to wrap it up. And I know I got to pick my husband up in a little bit.
Oh, he works late, huh?
Well, tonight he is. He usually gets done around 6 nowadays, but tonight he got held up in traffic and a bunch of other things happened, so he's getting home a little late. He's a truck driver.
So this is your. Am I presenting right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Eagle Rock.
Eagle Rock. Yeah.
But it doesn't do it justice because as you're hiking up, there's just
Looks like
tons
an
of other
eagle.
rocks and like windows, I guess you would say, like pockets of survival. Oh yeah, I've been up to the top of that. It's right in LA.
Like this.
We just covered Melted California with
yeah.
I Am Kairos.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
I've been there.
Wow.
I've been sitting in one of those things when I was 12 years old. Those little holes.
Nice.
So you were sitting in a pocket of survival. That's
I'm
so cool.
grateful that I have that memory. And
Oh, yes.
Look at this. This is a melted building all day long.
Are we still in the same place, or did you go back to something else?
No, it's in.
Eagle Rock.
It's still in California, but it's in another place, not in LA.
Okay, Eagle Rock Trail in a different part of California.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, now go to Yosemite. That's enough of Eagle Rock. Really, there's more to see with Yosemite. I want to try to right now with you guys, if it's possible, do some research on Yosemite and find some bricks in Yosemite because I was there every year.
Oh, this thing, yes. Okay.
No Half Dome, yeah. I've been there. Not up there.
Look at the face of Half Dome and how it's like so precise that to me, my whole life, I thought the only way to explain Half Dome is the glacier moved past it. And now I think that's so funny, especially when Shepu was like, imagine what happens if you put an ice cube against a rock. And I think, oh, well, maybe it's a special kind of ice that's even colder than the rock, and there's more ice than rock. El Capitan after Half Dome, which is also in Yosemite. Or if you just search for like, look at tons of Google images on Yosemite, you'll come up with Yosemite Falls, Half Dome.
Oh yeah, we'll find a bunch of stuff. Just look up Yosemite National Park, and we'll look at various pictures from there, Shepu, and see if we find any brick and stuff.
And then, I just thought of something. Vernal Falls and Nevada Falls. Oh my gosh, I haven't looked at this in years.
You're going to be looking at so much stuff now, Rose. You're going to see it everywhere. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Yeah, you can.
If my head doesn't explode from tonight, shit.
She's got a drop for that.
This one, this.
Oh my gosh, look at this.
Crazy.
I can't believe this is where I was every year of my life, and I never looked at this from this viewpoint. I've been there so many times. It's like home for me.
What's in the top right corner? Can you zoom in on it?
Yeah,
like a shadow maybe.
Yeah,
that might be a shadow right there.
Okay, all right.
But still, it's a shadow because of the indentation.
Yeah.
The aperture, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, now could you go to either Vernal Falls or Nevada Falls? I want to look at both. There's not, oh my gosh, I want to look at like 10 screens at once.
Can we go to Fraggle Rock after that?
Look, there's El Capitan on the left. That is that protrusion. There's, I think, Yosemite Falls from afar. But right there, that's El Capitan. And they say that whole thing is made of granite.
Wow.
They say the whole thing is granite.
Yeah.
The largest piece of granite in the world is what they say, actually.
Wow. What is this point?
That looks like it could be like, it's called Three Sisters or Seven Sisters, something like that. I mean, I'm sure that you could look like for a layout of Yosemite Valley and all of the different points. But there are so many landmarks in the Yosemite Valley that I want you guys to study it and like give me a full breakdown on what you think like every little piece is. Although, I mean, I'm not saying you guys would know, but look at Vernal Falls.
All right, look at that.
Falls.
Yeah, he already found something.
We already found stuff. So if one little section is showing up that there's survival parts of a building sticking out, then it begs most all of it is building. that's melted. You can see it right there. I could see a window, a doorway. It looks like something else peeking out there. You can see the layering that they would say are sedimentary layers that are actually brick layers. You can see that all over Hawaii too. If you want to have some fun, you should go look at Hawaii.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Oh my, because nobody in mainstream is ever going to say that a civilization carved out anything in Yosemite Valley, because the mainstream is that a glacier went through there, period.
Yeah, that's all they want you to know is a glacier went through there. That's it.
They put in
This
the
is
chat.
all melted. Whatever it was, it's melted as fuck.
There's Bridal Veil Falls in Yosemite. So
No, okay. Listen to Brian O'Shea, but first let's do Vernal Falls and Nevada Falls.
Brian.
Let me explain.
Brian gets blamed for everything. Yes.
Okay, what was it called, Rose?
Okay. So to get up to Half Dome, you have to hike past Vernal Falls.
It's called Vernal Falls.
And then after Vernal Falls is Nevada Falls. And then from Nevada Falls, you hike to the base of Half Dome, and then you like climb those ropes to get to the top of Half Domes. So Vernal Falls actually has steps, and I'm dying to look at those steps with you because I forgot about those freaking steps. Oh my gosh. And I got to tell you a funny story about these steps when I used to hike.
I tried BTW Twizzler 777.
I love how open-minded and excited you are about this, Rose.
I know,
and that's
she's
all I
awesome.
ever ask anybody to do is to keep an open mind. I don't care if you want to try to figure out something else might have happened or anything. But the fact that you have an open mind and you're willing to listen and look at this stuff is amazing. And I really appreciate that.
I appreciate you even thinking to bring this up. I mean, wow. Okay, so to the right of that waterfall are steps. You actually climb steps up to get to the top. So I don't know if we'll find the picture of the steps. That's probably the least of what's interesting here are the man-made steps. But we used to climb up there, and then me and my sister on the way down, we would be only like maybe 50 steps down. And as people were coming up, we would pretend that we were counting up to 1,000. So we'd go 999, 1,000. So people thought that they had 1,000 steps to go, even though it was just around the corner at the top.
Nice.
For some reason, they're not showing the steps here.
That's like the people we passed in Ape Cave, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you don't got much further to go."
Yeah, liars, every one of them. Every one of
with us.
them, liars. Yeah.
There's not much further. Okay, there's 3 more huge piles of boulders and bricks to climb over. You're all set.
If they knew they'd never see you again, and maybe the world wouldn't either, you know.
Well, Shapu, it doesn't seem like they're giving you much variety with Vernal Falls, so maybe we should go on to Nevada Falls, because I think that's more melted and higher in elevation. So I don't know what that means. Oh wow, I've never studied and like actually paid attention to like the rocks. I always just looked at it as a whole, you know, like, oh, trees, rock, beautiful, period.
What's that? Look. Do you see Shapu right there on that cliff? Yeah.
Oh my God.
Nice.
But
What is that? Is that a doorway? Is that a little building right there?
I think it's a shadow.
Going on.
I think they quarried some part of the building at some point, I guess.
Okay, that's a reasonable explanation. Damn it.
Okay. All right.
I was getting out my sunray magnifying glass.
That's what I got out right now.
It was made in the modern, yeah.
Like, that's definitely a doorway.
Yeah, here, yes. But I think it's a big shadow. But who knows? I'm not there, you know. I can.
So you're not for sure. You're just assuming that they could have quarried that over there.
Yes, probably. Because if she said it was called all marble and it's close to a place, they could have, but, you know, I don't know.
But this is a national park. They would, if any quarrying was going on, it would have had to been long before they claimed it a national park.
Yeah, in the 1800s or something like that.
Only El Capitan is what they say is the largest piece of rock. Now we're at a different location at Vernal Falls, which leads you up to Half Dome. So this is not definitely part of El Capitan, although of course it could have granite in it. But I find it very funny that they're not showing the stairs that people used to hike. So maybe if you search for like hike trail up to Vernal Falls.
Yeah.
Hiking trail up to Vernal Falls, and then we'll switch to Nevada Falls, which I really can't wait for Jen to see the cascading river and all of the surrounding areas of Nevada Falls.
Yeah, definitely. Type in steps with that search as well, Shapu. Maybe it'll come up with steps in there.
I would love to know if any of those steps are melted or if they just look really recent. Because I mean, this is my first time even thinking about this. Going up them, there's so many times. There it is.
Oh, look at
There
this.
you go.
Boom,
Okay.
baby.
Are they melted?
No, it could be because this like looks fused together.
Yeah, the mountain is definitely on top of part of it.
Yeah.
You
see
wouldn't
it.
build like a half a step, wouldn't you?
Yeah, these ones, I don't know.
But also keep in mind that as you're walking up and down these steps, you could feel the mist. So there's going to be some kind of water affecting these over time. Because you see how it's always wet.
You know, they definitely look a little melted though. Like they were probably brick and then they changed form a little bit.
That first picture
I don't think spraying
actually
water.
showed some of them
I don't
covered.
think the spraying water is going to do that damage to it. Look at the brick under that where he's put. Where he look, yeah, he just circled it right there. Do you see that?
Oh,
yes. The devil's in the details.
Can you go back to that first picture though? Because it had. Yeah,
I think
right there.
I
Look
think
where
that was
she's
an
walking.
inverted phrase, Jen. I think that the devil in the details. I think that I heard that it originally was also the divine is in the details, and they
Oh,
inverted it. What do you
I
think of
bet.
that?
Well, the divine is in the details because you could see divine judgment here happening. And yes,
You can
you're
totally
right.
see where that's like melted on the steps that she's
Ceiling
right.
fan,
just
yes,
at.
you are right. That melt comes right down to the step level.
So that says that melted at some
Yep.
point. Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
You've
Oh
been walking
my
up melted
gosh.
steps, Rose.
All right, I walked up the melted steps. I'm so happy I had that experience. I gotta thank my
too.
dad.
Well, I'm
Wow.
glad we were here watching it with you. Look,
Oh yeah, look at that
melted
melt right
under.
there. You got it, CFM.
Yeah, that's dangerous. They wouldn't say, "Hey, let's like slab a whole bunch of mortar here for fun."
So these steps seem to be some kind of pocket of survival to the building itself, maybe. Maybe they shored up some of the steps, that were, degrading more so people don't fall and really hurt themselves. But for the most part, it looks like they're melted.
Well, there's no reason for me to rebut that because it makes perfect sense to me that in any era, at any time, that people would want to make steps and be able to go all the way up to whatever Half Dome was because it's so nice up there. Whatever it is, how it was made, people want to get up there. So at some point, if there was a building and Half Dome was the top of it, these would be the outer steps.
And look what they're calling it, a dome, half dome. Domes are on buildings.
Yeah, where's the rest of it? It's melted away.
Imagine the full dome. Oh.
Well, and doesn't that thing glow at certain times? That I remember they talked about how it would light up.
That's what she said. Yeah, orange.
So it bounces off the bricks inside, maybe, or whatever.
It looks like lava falling. Yes.
Like you could type in your search Half Dome pink sunrise, and you'd see that the face of Half Dome becomes pink, and it's really beautiful. But next, search for Nevada Falls, which is the waterfalls that are in between Vernal Falls, and then that's the backside of Half Dome right there. That's what you have to go up to get to the top. There's been one quadriplegic that was obnoxious enough to make them get carried up on a gurney. I'm not doing that to my friends. Oh my gosh, look how gorgeous it is. Look at that side.
Yeah, you can see.
You can see it's melted down over itself. Yeah. These were all buildings at one time, and they were massive buildings that reached to the heavens. These cities were built to the heavens. So we're looking up Nevada Falls next?
Yeah, Nevada Falls. Maybe you could type. Well, first, let's look at the falls. And then if we're not satisfied with the vantage point, we could also look up the Nevada Falls.
Sorry, hold on. You did.
The Nevada Falls hiking trail. And Nevada Falls doesn't look as like symmetrical. Oh, wow. That does not look like Nevada Falls to me.
Guys, I'm going to dip out of here for 10 minutes. You guys just keep going, okay? When I get back, I'm going to get ready to shut the show down.
Okay.
All right, I'll be right back.
No, I didn't research the Nevada Falls yet, Rose.
Okay, no worries.
It's the same Yosemite National Park, and it's called Nevada, like the state.
Yeah, like the state. Nevada Falls in Yosemite National Park, which is on the trail going up to Half Dome.
Oh, not the steps. Is this the one? Hello?
Hello?
Sorry, I was
hear you.
muted. I'm right here.
I'm here.
Okay, so that's vernal right there. So I don't know why that says
This
Nevada,
one?
but that one is Nevada. You see how the waterfall is going down these cascades of the cliff? So
Yes.
above that waterfall, like when you're hiking up to the top and you go as far as you can go to the edge where you're allowed, if you go further, inland where people like sit down and have lunch, there's more falls cascading over these kinds of stones,
Yes.
rocks,
Yes.
bricks.
Yes. You see, how old they say that this fall is, but you see that this rock here is not even smoothed out. The erosion of water doesn't really do nothing to this.
Good
'Cause
point.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
that's a good point.
yeah, it should be smooth because it's always falling this fall and it never ends.
I'm glad you brought that up because sometimes Yosemite Falls dries up. So we should find a time when a picture of Yosemite Falls dried up to see if even the
He's
most.
really good at finding any
Right.
picture. He
Yeah.
has a guy.
Nevada Falls and Vernal Falls, Half Dome, that whole hike up, you got to leave at 5 a.m. if you want to get to the top because you can't they'll turn you away at the base because you can't do it in the dark, right? And then you can't be hiking back in the dark. So
No.
it's a huge effort, and I never made it to the top of Half Dome. But I've been up past Vernal and Nevada every time. Look at that. Isn't that cool?
Yeah. Wow. Look at this part here.
Yeah, we got to save that for Jen.
Oh yeah, it's amazing.
And then you've got the different pieces of rock that all looks like it's polygonal together a little bit.
This a little bit, yeah.
Or it's trying to get there.
These are the two falls.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, what a beautiful sight. So you see how far it is from the top of Nevada to get to the base. You have to go all the way around.
Okay,
you have to go around the back to get to the top. Some people rock climb the face. That you got to be pretty hardcore for that. But yeah, you can see how far that hike is up to the top of Nevada Falls.
Yeah, to me this looks like a remain of some sort of building,
Yeah, my family all did this together from like age 4 up. We did this. And then the last time I was there,
I looked that up, and you can see Yosemite Falls without water.
Water,
and you can type in all dried up, and you can see comparisons because sometimes it dries up, and no, the rocks aren't all smoothed out.
Now, check this out, Ceiling Fan Man. The last time I was there, I went somewhere that I hadn't been before. And I don't know why. I don't know if it was a Mandela because I hadn't heard of it before. But we went into these caves by Yosemite Falls. So after we look at the dried up Yosemite Falls, we should look up caves next to Yosemite Falls because I can't remember what it looks like. Oh my gosh, that's so cool.
Yeah. So see sharp edges, and where's all the erosion from thousands of years of water, like the stone steps show?
Yes.
How come it doesn't show up there? Yeah, look at that. I think that's one of those I was looking at.
That's Yosemite Falls. Gotcha.
Yeah, and then normally it looks like just gushing out water, but when it's not gushing out water, no erosion from water.
No, I've seen other falls that,
or I would say minimal at best.
There's some places that never, it's always a stream, and you can see below the rock that the stream falls into. There's no hole, and it's not hollow or nothing, it's flat.
And then, how we were talking about how the possibility of that this could be a massive city, ancient city. Well, right outside of Yosemite Valley is Mariposa Grove and the redwood trees. So like the biggest trees that there are, if you look up General Sherman, you can't even get all of it in one picture. You can't. It's so big that have you seen General Sherman before?
The tree
Yeah.
with the hole in it.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, not the tunnel tree. General Sherman doesn't have a tunnel in it.
No, it's just a giant tree. Yeah.
It's just the biggest tree there. They say, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Let me look it up. How old do they say General Sherman is? How old is General Sherman tree? As if they're going to tell me the truth. They're saying it's 2,200 years old, General Sherman.
They say how to know the age of a tree. You need to cut it and count the rings. How did they?
We found out that's a complete lie, and that the rings represent actually something the opposite. I forgot how to describe it or who was saying it, but when people say like, "Oh, these rings mean that it was healthy," or "These rings means it was unhealthy," it's actually the opposite.
How do they know that the tree is that age? That's just carbon dating.
It depends on the environment. Every tree's different. It is actually funny that they do that, and we just all accepted it.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought there was a hole in General Sherman, but it was just someone wearing a white shirt. I'm back to looking at your screen now. I was looking at my own screen for a while.
Welcome back to the show, Rose. She tells Shifu to put up like 30 pictures, doesn't look at any of them.
No, it was only for General Sherman that I went to a different tab.
Yeah.
I believe you.
No, pretty interesting place, Rose. Yes.
Ruckus, we kicked that off. It's our channel now. Yes. Sorry. I was answering something in the chat. Well, Jen's gone. We can talk and goof around when the teacher's gone, right? I was one of those kids.
Well, what was I? Oh, yeah. Why don't you bring up General Sherman on the screen for the audience? Because they might be wondering.
And Mad Dog Santelli just got here. Hello, everybody. Boy, are you tardy. You better catch up, Mad Dog. Good to see you.
So what is it called? General?
General Sherman, Sherman tree. And you're never going to be able to see the whole thing in one picture because it's that big. So you got to look through the images at the top.
Wasn't he a dog that had a time machine?
Oh, yes.
Wait, different movie.
No.
Dog with a time machine.
Sherman and the Wayback Machine. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. Keep going.
I'm too young.
Shut up, you. I mean, I love you. It's nice.
That's so cool.
Monsters.
I want to hug that tree again. I haven't been to Yosemite in so many years, decades.
Isn't that funny? We all used to make fun of the people and call them tree huggers. I'm one now. Like, you got it when you walk by.
Yes, exactly. I like trees.
Maybe I was a tree once in another time because I really like just chilling.
Yeah, but as we are more like trees than animals, we grow up and we have blood like sap, and we need water and earth, and
like I said, their root system and branches look just like our lungs and our capillary system and all that. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, these trees are very nice. And they say these are the oldest ones that they could find, I guess.
Well, definitely redwoods are considered the oldest trees in the world, although the largest organism in the world is actually a cluster of trees. I don't know if they're quaking aspens or birches, or I just could have that totally wrong, but it's an easy Google search. Why don't we go to the star fort that I went to in 2012 called Housden? It's Heusden, supposedly fortified in 1200. And there isn't enough information on the fact that it's a star fort for the tourists. It's like, why wouldn't you advertise how awesome Housden is? That's not it.
No.
HEU.
HO. Okay.
There we go. Star fort. Yeah. It's going to be completely different. There we go. That's Housden. And I went there, and my
Oh.
friends didn't tell me we were going to a star fort. They're just like, we're going to a walled city. And I didn't get to see it from the top, so I didn't realize that that's where I
Oh
was.
my gosh, look at that place.
Don't you love it, CFM? It's so gorgeous. And there's cannons there, and the cannons are so out of place.
Get now look at that, and like whatever it was yesterday when we started this stream. Do you remember that when I showed Peru the was it Maya ruins or one of those? And I said, look at that wall zigzagging, look like a star fort. It looks like that.
Yes.
Remember? It had like multiple, those Inca ruins, I think it was.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're Incans now. Maybe
as you can see, it's flat. There's no mountain and there's no ruins. You know.
That's the thing. Netherlands is like below sea level. The whole country is. Netherlands literally means the lowlands, and that is one of the arguments that I would come up with against the mud flood. Is that how can a place like the Netherlands or the French Quarter in Louisiana exist if there was a full across the entire realm flood?
Yeah.
So that's why the meltology makes more sense than the mud flood when we look at these below sea level architecture.
Yeah, the buildings that created the floods. Yes.
Right, as half of it, the other half of the equation.
Yeah.
So in some areas, there may not have been a flood. It may have just been the melt.
Maybe, but I think there was water, like a lot of water, because this create heat, this melt, and it create condensation. And we live in a globe; it create a lot of rain, and there was probably some kind of a fail-safe system with I don't know. The flood water,
Don't forget, however it works, if the water fills in and then it drains down to a certain level, that's where we're at now. So we're seeing the tops of some of these buildings and stuff that were underwater, because that's why there's so much under the water. That's why even God talks, there's stuff under the water.
All right, then let's look at these buildings. Let's look at close-ups of the buildings in Housden and see if they look like they are on top of anything. I'm guessing not, but I had no idea what we were going to get into with Yosemite.
Well, they built on top of whatever used to exist
already.
here.
Yeah, they already on top of something. Just doing all of this, it's just amazing.
You can look at pictures of Seattle, Rose, and it's built on top of the old Seattle after the fire. Same thing with San Francisco. There's buildings and stuff underground. It's the same thing here.
Yeah, and this probably goes down a couple stories. All of this.
Yeah, like what if every part of the Star Fort is its own like pyramid?
It could be.
Like this. I mean, you're getting a whole other question area. We haven't even finished figuring out how everything got melted and what's going on. Yeah. But there's all kinds. You can continue all kinds of ways with this. But it was some type of tech. That's not an accident.
Yeah.
No.
They had the best beer and cheese there. I had a charcuterie board, and in the Netherlands, there's different kinds of cheese. There's oude kaas, which means old cheese, and jonge kaas, which is new cheese, and then there's like extra, what is it called? Extra belegen or belangen? I can't believe I'm forgetting. But there's all different kinds of like ages of cheese that you could choose from, and depending on its age will be how hard or soft it is. And then the beer was perfectly paired, and everyone was so chill. And then you see these cannons just there for no reason next to these windmills. This place is so freaking old. The windmills look square. I remember they don't even have circular windmills. Yeah, that's so cool.
Hey, Shapu, is there a way that you could put that next to the that fortress in Peru? I swear it looked those ruins. They look the same to me. It's so close.
But I can make another search for sexy woman.
I'm back, guys.
Hey, Jen.
Oh, darn it. I mean, great.
Hi.
So I don't even know what it's called.
What, sexy woman?
What was it called? Yeah. Here, I think I had it. Let me look in the history.
How do you write it, Jen? Yeah, sexy woman.
Sexy woman?
Yes.
No, don't do that.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Wait, what?
Sexy woman.
No, that's not the name of the. What's the name of the place? Where is it? Okay, SACSAYHUAMAN. That's a tongue twister. How'd that work out?
Sexy woman. Is that sexy woman?
Yeah, I mean that may be how you say it, but not how you would spell it. So then from there, I looked at. There's a top of the ruin picture, and then it had those funky walls and stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, there's one right there. Where your arrow is.
We all saw it at the same time. Yeah.
Okay, so now compare that. I love how he can do this with that other one we're just looking at. Dude.
You love how he can change from tab to tab. I could teach you to do that too.
No, you put it together in a video. Oh my goodness, I miss talking to you. Yeah, look at that. He's amazing. Watch him click from one tab to the next. Oh no, he can't find it. Oh, he screwed up. Damn it.
Shepu can't be real. He's got to be an alien. There's no way a human could do this kind of technology.
Absolutely. Well, we all had this technology, and we destroyed it. It's too painful to bring it back.
You don't see it.
You're getting closer, Shepu.
Yes, I would want to.
But you get the general idea. It looks similar. I mean,
Jem's missing out. We got some
she
good
said she was back, but I think we scared her away.
I think she decided that we were having fun with us.
Yeah, there you are. Look at that. And then, can he find the tab? See how he did that, Rose? All by himself. It's amazing.
Tabs.
Yeah.
All right, that was okay. Now what?
These cannons.
What's going on next?
I put the Jufro back. There's the cannon that's out of place.
Yeah.
Oh, we're looking at. Oh, I see.
He's back to Housden.
I see.
A lot of that's Housden. Some of it doesn't look familiar to me.
In winter time.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. We got to get some. Oh, you see the windmill? You see? Let's click on that and look at those buildings, and see if close to the water level, if there's any kind of layer of any melt, or if it's just really slick. That looks pretty straight laced to me.
No, yeah, these were really.
Yeah, it's probably more modern.
And these star forts are not touched at all.
Yeah, that's wild.
It's almost like they had a surge protector around them on the grid system. Maybe they were some kind of protected by surges, and I don't know.
That's what I meant, is that like in the same way that there's pockets of survival, maybe there's bigger pockets of survival depending on the technology and the environment, and also we were talking about the human behavior of the area.
Right. Yeah, like maybe in the Star Force. In the Star Force, they held higher energy and higher spirituality, even.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh wow! Look at that old one. That's an old ass Housden map.
Yes.
Oh my gosh! How old is that supposed to be?
Those old ones are really amazing. They're like in the 1600s. They supposedly designed these things. That's according to their narrative.
Well, Housden's supposed to be from 1200.
Oh, okay.
So crazy. I don't think I've heard of another star fort that they say is 1200. Have you?
No.
There's something special about this one. Maybe there's a reason I was led there.
Right.
Because they put the building of all the star forts on two people, like Vauban and another Spanish or Portuguese one. It's impossible. They're everywhere.
That's right.
So I have a question. So did the star forts, were they always there? We just couldn't see it? Because I have a whole theory on why we can see things and then not see things and so forth. But because I've seen videos where we were out tourists doing things before we were woken up to the stuff. And when I look at it now, there's just thousands of like lines all over the sky. And I didn't notice it then. But now you can't miss it. So it's almost the same thing. Like overnight, we're all seeing star forts and talking about them. They're popping up everywhere.
Yeah.
But they were always there, maybe, and we just were blinded, like it says in the Bible, and we couldn't see it with that right filter, and it got removed.
Very interesting. I like that.
I was searching for it.
Well, listen,
Did you
guys,
see
I
that?
think I'm going to get ready to get out of here soon. You were going to say something, CFM?
Oh no, that melting the computer board. If you wanted to see,
Oh, yes.
yes.
We got to
Yes.
share that.
necessary. But as long as we're here,
It's a good
boring
thing
it.
it's a good thing to end the show with, because we've been talking about the grid system melting down, the heat coming from the bottom, the plane set up like some kind of free energy grid system on the ley lines and branching out from the ley lines. This is why in England you have the Mary and Joseph ley lines, and all the cathedrals are lined up right on the ley lines.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
And so he uses a torch. But what I found interesting, see how it melts from the bottom too? It bubbles up as it heats from the top. The bottom's bubbling up on some of these. You'll see it like on this one. See how it's popping from below?
Yep. And motherboards and circuit boards are green, and so is Mother Earth. It's green.
Yes.
This one's interesting. Look at that, whatever that diode is or whatever.
So you can still make out some of the structures, but other structures are melting right down.
Exactly. There you go. Some pockets of survival in that one.
Mm-hmm.
And there's people that believe that like we almost are on a computer system because of Tron and all that. But you can look on the Google Maps and stuff and look up some areas in the deserts and stuff. My wife used to do this all the time and find lines in the ground to like mapped out cities that aren't there. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, there's a guy on YouTube that follows all these lines, and he found one that crossed almost all the Europe. Straight line
Yeah, exactly.
of trees and mountains now. Yeah.
You see how it's melting on the top and underneath, but then the middle part, a lot of it stayed.
Yeah, like look, that one spot there, that one component's staying, but everything around it melted, even though we put the heat right over it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I thought that was kind of interesting and kind of matches up with their idea of the circuit board.
And I know this is gross, but I've been burned before on my leg, and I just would be looking at it as it's healing, and there are some like peaks and valleys, and I don't know why there's peaks. Some of the peaks are, I guess, pockets of survival of flesh.
Yeah. Yep.
Gross, sorry. But I did make a joke about melted building once before I got into this, and I was kind of making fun of it. And I was thinking what I could do is get a picture of the inside of my stomach when I had these bleeding ulcers, and then release it to tell everyone that it was a melted city. And then I would go around and tell everyone that the melted city was inside me.
That's funny, Rose. You got a melted brick belly.
Yeah. Not anymore, because I healed my ulcers, so no more melts.
Oh, well, there you go.
Nice. Happy to hear that.
No, now it's an older melt. Smooth.
A long ago melt.
a sage and wise melted bio feel. Can I plug some playlists and the search?
Sure, go ahead.
Cathedral stuff before we go. All right, I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, let me know when you can see.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so on the website, I made playlists for health and law, which Jen knew all about this over 5 years ago. So she doesn't need. I got an alchemy playlist, and I got a Ben Balderson playlist, and he actually talks about the galvanic cell theory, which is aligned with the idea of mass heating and mass cooling. So I think that's really cool. And then 373 is missing from there, but that's the one where we talk about it. And then if you search for cathedrals, then these are the episodes we've done that are centered around cathedrals. Our first one that I think is worth noting is 151. And this, we told everyone that they were going to start trying to erase history and clear out the museums. And then 3 weeks later was the Notre Dame fire.
Yeah.
And so then a couple of maybe I think exactly 3 years later, there was a ritual done at Notre Dame where they found, and I mean, who knows if this is all just what they're telling us or if it's true, but in the recovery process of this cathedral, they found a lead sarcophagus with a mummy inside of it, under it. But the thing is that matters the most is the layout of everything of this and how it relates to Mercury, the angels. There's so much to learn from these rituals that they're doing right in broad daylight. I highly recommend it. Also on my Rockman channel, my Rose 777, I Osiris smacked my friend Kelsey, and we told her about the Osiris thing to blow her mind. So then 417 was interesting with Jay Widener, and he's really into this. And the main thing that I would say about episode 417 is that it talks about this ritual that they would do, and I'll end the screen now. They talked about the ritual that they would do is they would keep people inside the dark for like 40 days, completely dark, okay? And the positioning of the cathedral would be pointing in the direction that the sun is coming up. So their brothers of the secret society or whoever these people were, after the 40 days, would guide them outside, with the blindfold still on as the sun was coming up, and then take off the hood. And that light on their eye after that amount of time would give them like a DMT kind of experience.
Jeez.
So I would love to try that if anybody has 40 days to kill and a cathedral. I'm there.
Right. Definitely interesting. I think I'll stick to mushrooms. It's a quicker.
Yeah. I can never find those, so I have to find a cathedral in the 40 nights instead.
Maybe I can send you some shrooms.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Well, thank you so much, Rose, for joining us tonight. I had a great time. I'm just intrigued by your open mind and your thoughts and your views and helping us try to figure this out. I think it's wonderful that you continue to have that type of open mindset about all these different topics. And kudos to you for that. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight.
Thank you too. And it was so nice to meet you, Shapu, finally after all this time. And Richard, I'm glad that you got to tag along.
Thanks for having me. We haven't talked on screen in a long time, so it's so fun to be with you. And Shapu, you're always amazing with your photos. And Jen, just thanks for letting me be on. It's fun.
Oh, thank you. I was so grateful when you guys came together and made the suggestion about you coming on with us. So I'm very grateful that this all worked out the way it did. It was meant to be as far as I'm concerned. And, if there's things that we don't agree on, we can agree to disagree. We don't have to get nasty with each other. We don't have to start calling each other names and slinging shit around and making fun of each other and all this stuff. We can just agree to disagree. There's a lot of people that resonate with this research, and this is a serious topic, a serious subject. Meltology is a thing, and it's not going away. It's only going to get bigger. I think it might even be bigger than Flat Earth one day. I've already heard a few people say that they've come to Flat Earth through Meltology. How about that? That's pretty good, right?
It does.
Well, if Meltology is truly the study of the ruins of God's last judgment, then yes, I think it would be even more important than Flat Earth, because once you realize where you live, you're not on a flying ball, you're good. But this, to me, is extremely important, because if we prove there was a judgment, well, that's what I think is important.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Shapu, for helping us with all this as well. Do you have any closing thoughts before we get out of here?
Can I plug my show?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Go ahead real quick.
I have a show Friday night, 6 p.m. West Coast time. I'm going to have Levelhead on again, and we're going to have some fun. So anyways, that was it. Thank you.
That's going to be great. Everybody make sure you be there for that.
I wanted to thank Rose for coming, and a pleasure to meet you. I've been listening to all of your stuff for so long now. So, and thank you to everyone in the chat, Jen and CFM, always. You're great.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Let it not be said that we stood by and did nothing, guys. We're doing everything we can to bring these truths out to you. And you are coming along with us down this path of truth. And it is absolutely amazing time. alive.
Not a
Ray
cat.
showed up. This is
Hey,
who Ray named his dog
Ray.
after.
That's
He
right,
named
right
himself
there.
after my dog.
All right, guys. We are out of here. I love you.